WPT World Online Championships on Party Poker reached its exciting peak with the 10 million guaranteed WPT main event, featuring a $10,000 buy-in, and the world's best players battling for their chance to put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. 1,002 bust outs later, we reached our exciting final table live on stream. The early star of the show was Brazil's Victor Simeonato. He navigated his way from a $22 satellite into a 1-9, into 1,050, eventually winning his 10k main event seat. And straight off the bat on the final, he has an amazing start, eliminating the first two players to earn not just himself, but everyone else at the table a couple of all-important pay jumps. The first bad beat of the final, well, it was Dmitry Urbanovic. He was dealt ace-king up against Tuan Mulder's ace-queen. Mulder spiking a queen, sending Urbanovic out in 6th place. Still good for $277,000, but that one will hurt a while. Victor's lightning fast start was matched only by his lightning fast finish. He ran a monster bluff on Blazerev, and it didn't work out, finishing in 5th place, picking up 391k. Victor's, he may feel a bit aggrieved, but Ike Haxton approves of the bluff, and that's good enough for me. This final table was not short on world-class poker, as you would expect from a $10,000 buy-in event. Here we have Zverev putting Mulder in the blender with his missed flush draw against Mulder's own superior missed draw. What a delight to see the best poker in the world on this stage with so much money on the line. Once the tournament got down to the final four, play grinded to a halt. It took a long time for something to happen, but eventually it was Blazerev shoving his 2 6s into Phil Royale's pocket kings. The Kings hold, and Slovenian in on a WPT Live passport, parts in 4th place. Down to the final 3, and it was Phil who continued to run hot, putting a savage beat, finding a 2-outer on the river to send start of the day chip leader Damian Salas out in 3rd place, ensuring both he and Mulder would walk away with 7-figure paydays. We wrapped up this final table with a finish for the ages. Top set for Mulder, gut shot draw for Phil. There you have it, binks it on the turn. When it's your day, it's just your day. A brick on the river means that Phil Miguel gets to put his name on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. That wraps up the WPT World Online Championships main event. But do stay tuned for the Heads Up Championship coming to you live tonight. 16 of the world's best battling one-on-one to a winner on the Party Poker Twitch channel. I will see you back here then. All right, and there you have it. That was the main event last night. Tonight we have the Heads Up. And this is how the round of 16 looks. We have some pretty exciting matchups. Sylvain Loosely, João Vieira, perhaps. Evo Tide. Paulie Iris. Dan Carter. I know quite well. He's just like quite well. Winner later tonight, and I am joined once again my little man in a box there, Henry Kilbane. How are we doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. I was just looking at the final 16, and there's a couple of matches that I don't know. You just got N boss against N boss, almost impossible to kind of even put money on who you think would win. Even this one, João Vieira against Loosely, is a pretty sick lineup. But what would you expect, James? It's a WPT Heads Up Championship. I'm not surprised to see such a tough lineup here tonight.
Yeah, exactly that. I think 166 entries in the end for this one, Henry. And you're going to attract some pretty stiff competition when you run an event like that. We do start this match, though, as we do all matches, Henry, with 100 big blinds. These guys start with 100k a piece, start 500, 1,000, 10-minute levels. See heads up, and the level's always going to be a bit shorter. It's just so much incentive to play already. And, well, straight away, Henry, Sylvan flops top pair in this one, Zhao, with bottom pair. Does bet with backdoor clubs.
Yeah, I think at this stack depth, we're going to see like close to 100% of range being opened on the button. Obviously, take that with a pinch of salt. But once we do get deeper into the matches, a bit shallow, we'll start having like a limping range and whatnot. I think for the time being, we're not going to have many limps whilst we're still at 100 big blinds effective. I'd say maybe around, what do you think, around like the 40, 45 big blind mark, start seeing players implementing some limps from the button.
Yeah, I mean, it always amazes me that people have these thresholds, and I suppose it does make sense, and especially when, players are of this caliber, but I don't know. I'm just, I like raising Henry.
Here we go, chat.
Already.
He's selling this image.
Straight off the bat, I just want to be, I don't know, I'm old school. Just keep mashing the button.
Keep mashing the raise button. Anyway, congratulations on last night. Not only did obviously we have an insane event with a couple of 7-figure paydays, but we had some legendary guests in the booth joining both yourself and Matt Savage. How was it? What time did you? I didn't manage to catch the heads up, but what time did you guys wrap things up?
I think it was like final took about 7 or 8 hours in the end. I think obviously with the fantastic structures, 45-minute levels, it was always going to be a long one. We had a very protracted four-handed battle. I think that was it. No one really took advantage. No one really got in the lead, as it were.
Oh, so it was a bit of a grind for like 7 hours, and then sorry, not 7 hours, a few hours.
Oh yeah, there was like about an hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, it was even longer than an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It was four-handed, and not a lot happened. You know how it goes, Henry. Sometimes the hands don't coordinate. The action just didn't. There was no one really stuck the neck out in the line and was willing to kind of go for it in a sense. Maybe True and Mulder was a little bit, but every time he did, he got battered back by the deck. And but it ended up with some like insane hands. Obviously, you just saw a couple of there towards the end. And
yeah, I mean, what a time to find a 2-outer, right? I mean, come on, man.
Ping a 2-outer on the river, and then obviously that last hand, 3-betting 10-7 off out of the big blind against the aces, flopping ace high and getting there against the set of aces.
Yeah, I mean, I think you summed it up perfectly with that little summary there. When it's your day, it's your day. And I feel like we've all been there. 3-betting some nonsense hands, and just finding the deck, running well. It happens. It does happen. Got a lot of recognizable names in the chat, James. Live for Poker, Giuliano, Mad Match, Supernovae, Bradley, all saying evening.
I'm sitting here going, what am I missing? What am I missing on these tabs? I'm missing Twitch chat. I apologize, chat. I apologize. How dare I not have it ready? See, if I don't have things ready, I mess up, Henry. I'm a simple beast.
It's all right, mate. Yeah, I've got your back. I've got you.
There we go. This is Batman's got Robin. I've got Henry. This is it.
Wow, you just have to add the needle, right?
I'm in a mean mood, aren't I? I'm already picking on you.
It's all right, mate. It's all right. I'm in a nice mood tonight. We've had our banter, but the WPT is sadly, coming to an end for this series. I thought, well, I would like to be invited back by James at some point in the future, so maybe I'll just be nice for the last few streams that we've got together.
There we go.
Yeah, we've also got Go on.
I'll say we've got tonight. We've got the Turbo on Sunday, and then we've got the 2 high rollers next week, which are going to be pretty exciting, the 25 and the 100. But yeah, this is the one I'm kind of, Henry, pretty most kind of. I just don't play much heads up anymore, man. I don't know what the kids are doing, as it were. This is the one I think I'll be most intrigued to see how certain spots are played in these heads-up batches. And as you say, specifically when we get a little shallower, like I think the 100 deep, it's like you say, you're going to see a lot of raising from the button, basically range, and then you're going to see probably a higher c-bet frequency, right? Because we're just playing deep. I mean, here's a good example: Sylvan flopping a pair in diamonds.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some spicy over bets, and I'm looking forward to that because, like yourself, I'm not too familiar with what the kids are doing nowadays in this exact format of poker. And looking at that final 16, I mean, we've got a pretty impressive resume of players on tonight's screens for us battling it out for a WPT title. So interesting lead from Zhao on the turn. Loosely just playing as cool as flop middle pair and 6-high diamonds, as well as a turn gut shot. River's 2 pair. 10 bigs in the middle. What do you think, James, after you get checked to? Nice little, like, 40% ball on the river? It goes half. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, seems like the play, Henry. Just gonna have the best of it. Gonna have plenty of hands we do want to bluff with, although it's the age-old bet check bet line. But
yeah, Zhao with an interesting one: ace of spades and 7 of diamonds. He actually donk led turn. Sylvian just called, and then check bet river. Not surprised to see him flick in the call. And Sylvian, the biggest pot this heads up so far. I mean, you look at these heads up pots, right, and you see 5, 6, 7 big blind pots going left and right, but they add up, man. You don't necessarily need to get all the chips in. You just keep grinding away, chopping away at the legs.
Well, yeah, I mean, like a 6 big blind pot is what, 3% of the chips in play on the first level. So I mean, they're significant straight away. As soon as the blinds start going up as well, then you're really dealing with it.
First 3-bet pot today.
Henry, the good thing this evening as well is obviously we're the round of 16. So there's 8 games going off. We are gonna move around game to game. We got we got some guys in the background scouting out the good action for us. So if you are interested in watching a particular player, hopefully we will get to them. We're going to move around a little bit. We've sort of hand selected 4 matches for this round, but from the quarters onwards, obviously we'll have sort of every table watched, as it were, and then we'll be able to bring you hopefully all the best hands from all the matches going on.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's the best way to cover this, because the last thing you want is obviously heads up NL can be a somewhat tedious format of poker, and having the guys in the background just keep an eye on all the tables, all the big hands, making sure we don't miss out on any of the action. Seeing this one check down to the river, Sylvian checking flop, and Zhao Vieira just with a ton of showdown on the turn doesn't want to have his equity denied, playing his check on the turn as well, and unfortunately for him, Sylvian backdooring into the nuts. I assume Vieira going to get out of there.
Yeah, and Henry, the good thing is, you and I, we're a bit clueless about this, but we do have someone lined up, and I think they are waiting in the wings. They'll be with us any moment, hopefully. We do have Kristen Bicknell, who's going to be jumping in here. Here we go, as if by magic. There she is.
Hey guys.
How we doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
We're good. We're good.
Yep. Good. I was just listening. I was just listening to you speak about it a little bit about how you're saying you're not so necessarily familiar with the heads up, or excited to see how it's going to play, and I am too. It's actually one of my favorite forms of poker, and when I was first learning the game, I was actually playing heads up sit and goes. So I don't know. I think Heads Up is just such a pure, fun format.
Right, yeah, for sure. It is the purest format, isn't it? There's nothing else. There's nothing else to worry about. We get rid of all that like ICM nonsense, all the other dynamics of this person's got the button and then the fish is in the big blind when I've got the cup. So I got no, just 1-on-1. Let's
Exact.
go.
Yes, exactly. Yep, and it's an interesting thing because I think people who came from Heads Up, it's the players who are a lot more comfortable being aggressive, like making really thin calls and like hero calls. So I just find, you have to play so much looser Heads Up than you do in any other format. So it's always, I think, fun.
We switch to this table. I mean, look at this pot going off between Juso and Nico. I mean,
This is
Juso's
gross.
bet what? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was about to say that, in Heads Up, you have to delve into a lot of intricate parts of the game tree, but it's really easy when you're in Nico Coop's shoes. You get check raised on the flop, and then you turn the nuts, and your opponent turns 2-pair, then overbets river. You're just loving life. Who said Heads Up is hard, right?
Yeah. And I wonder if to an overbet, maybe since he did overbet the river and then get shoved on, maybe he could fold the ace-9.
Yeah, it kind of sucks having a heart blocker in our hand. He does get away from it.
Yeah, he does. Good fold. Nice.
Really
That's
good
one
fold.
advantage, I think, to actually overbetting in those spots, because if he would have made just say an 80% pot bet or something, then all of a sudden the other player has so many more bluffs in his range, where a lot of people are just either going to hero call or fold to an overbet on the river, not necessarily bluff against it, since he's so polarized. So he actually chose a really good river sizing, I think, and it worked out.
Yeah, all right.
Indeed.
And here's another one of our tables. We got Artem against Matthew Johnson. Artem
We were saying,
clubs.
Krista, before you joined that, and I actually put a post out on Instagram that James and I don't have to actually try and break down any of the hands today, because we got one of the end bosses joining us in the commentary room. So it's just so nice to just like sit back and be like, okay, over to Kristen Bicknell. She's gonna break down this hand for us.
I appreciate that. I'll try my best.
Yeah. And I was going to say, Kristen, obviously, you as you said, you came originally from a Heads Up background, but also as someone who plays a lot of your poker in small field, high stakes events, right? Heads Up's still a really key aspect of your game, right? Because say, for a lot of people watching, maybe they play tournaments with 2,000 runners in often. You don't really often get to play Heads Up, so perhaps you are inexperienced. But playing small fields, you must kind of feel you've got to keep all these parts of your game fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially if you're playing tournaments, this is something about recently. All of the money is at the end. It's all about, let's just say closing the final table. But of course, like, you get in spots where you're playing Heads Up sometimes in tournaments. I mean, even if you're playing smaller tournaments where it's just so many buy-ins, and you can't really afford not to have a good Heads Up game, I think, especially if you're going to play big main events. So it's something that I've tried to focus on and be aware of, that, if I'm going to play a 10K main event, I want to be able to make sure my Heads Up game is solid, that I can close that main event, because that's where all the money is. And sometimes you see, well, I'd say a lot of the times you see pretty, what Heads Up players would say is inexperienced play Heads Up in tournament play. So it's really a way to have an edge over the field if you ever find yourself in that spot, I think.
Yeah,
it's a great way to learn poker too. Yeah, it's such a great way to learn poker.
Right, do you feel like it gives you such good hand reading ability and I guess board dynamics, as it were? Like you end up playing every hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you just understand, I guess, hand strength and ranges, runouts, understanding, player tendencies on certain boards, and usually, it's just a way to gain so much experience, because you are in every hand versus, if you're only VPipping 20% or something. Yeah, because that's one thing I think when I have indulged in trying to improve my Heads Up game, one thing I've noticed, or that I've been kind of told or taught, is that, V-pipping is very important. You don't want to be folding, even 90% of hands on the button. You want to be playing like every single hand. So, it's yeah, it's fun.
Love to V-pip.
Look at
Would you
this.
say that a
Yeah.
lot of people? Wow, nice little
Whoa.
pick off there from Arthur.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was gonna say, Kristen, would you say that like a lot of people that come from MTT backgrounds and put in a ton of volume, having played thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of hands, button versus big blind, and also defending big blind versus button and cutoff, could then come into the heads up format and transition pretty easily, or do you think a lot of people struggle at first with range adjustments and, like you said, V-pipping button, close to range and whatnot?
Yeah, I think it probably depends on the I guess what their style might be. You definitely have people who play the blinds and their button a little bit more aggressively than others, and so it certainly is a good opportunity to get familiar with the small blind versus big blind, and that's one thing that a lot of players focus on too now is improving their small blind play. And so that's definitely going to translate a little bit, as well as like button big blind. It definitely translates, that's for sure. Yeah.
Oh, I'm learning as well as you guys
Yeah.
in the chat. I was always under the impression, and I mean, I've got like no NL heads up experience. I was always under the impression that it's more the ranges are more similar, sorry, to button versus big blind than small blind versus big blind.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would agree. I would just say that typically, let's just say if you're V-pipping, I don't know, like 60% on the button, or that even might be too high, depending on, stage of the tournament or whatever it might be, whereas the small blind potentially could be a lot higher.
Yeah.
So even small blind button versus big blind, you're gonna have the button's gonna have a much tighter range. Let's just say that button is playing 60% of hands. Let's just say in a heads up format, typically it's something like 95% or 90% of hands. Then all of a sudden the ranges are a little bit wider. But yeah, I see what you're saying for sure.
James, you normally play 95% of
Oh,
range
yeah.
from like a nine-handed table, right? You're always in the mix.
I usually 3-bet like 48% and open, yeah, close to 100. Just give all the action, I do. So if you ever see me raising, come on in.
I like that too. When I first started playing tournaments especially, I just always felt like there was so much pressure on people. So I used to play a very high V-pip from the button because I felt like, it's the button, it's the powerful position, and yeah, I used to play way too wide from the button and potentially still do.
I'm just messing. Henry always calls me out for making out that I'm a loose cannon and I'm actually a nit, but
That's a good image to have. It's a good thing to do. I've realized that in poker. It's very advantageous to make everyone you don't want to have a nit image. You really don't in poker. I think it's much better to be the other way.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kristen, after playing with James for like 2 hours, everyone realizes that he is actually in it. He just likes using the platform, the WPT and Party Poker platform, to sell this idea that he plays like 70% of hands.
Good strategy.
Always look. Yeah, it is. He's, yeah.
Poker players always taking advantage of what they can.
The small edges. The small
Yes.
edges.
Gotta do what you can do.
Yes. So can I just ask, actually, I'm not sure if anyone else needs to be updated. Which round is this? It says round of 16. Is this
Yes. Yeah.
the match we're watching?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is in the round of 16. Yep. So we've got 4 tables we're gonna move around. Kristen, obviously look at these guys, and then they're gonna get down to obviously the final 8, and then we can cover every table from the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then of course the finals. That's a pretty spicy river.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, Matthew Johnson not having the best 5-6 hands or so.
Yeah. Oh wow. What? Oh no, okay. Sorry, I thought it said check. His rates. Oh wow. Yeah, and he's probably sitting here thinking, "Am I being owned? What's happening here?"
Yeah, and this is and that's it, right, Christian? Right, heads up, it's so personal, isn't it? It's just
Yes. Such an ego game. And it feels that way. And it's like when you've got check raised, even, 2 times on the river out of 10 hands, you're just like, what is happening? Oh, he does
yeah.
make the call. Yeah.
If he does make the call, and Armetpalev has a monstrous lead here, and this one could be quick. Well, here he goes. Maybe over this hand,
Yep.
guys. Ultima ripping it in for what 11 bigs and flops
Oh no.
trips. Wow.
Needs the queen.
Okay. A few more outs.
4 more outs.
Queen. He's
That's
unlucky for
okay.
Matthew. I can't blame him for calling that river with the king 4 either.
Great. Made a great fold before. Just got dealt into 2 really terrible spots, and that's heads up, right? It just happens so quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, he's going to be happy to see that the hand with the ace-9 fold.
Yeah, and so Artem books his spot into the quarterfinals as we head back here with Nico and Juso. And well, Nico's been making light work of it as well. Juso down to 30k. So Kristen, how's the series been going? I'm guessing you've been playing a fair amount of poker.
I have. I mean, I actually just arrived in British Columbia, which I was in Toronto. So I'm at the beginning of my vacation right now. So I actually didn't play this event, even though I would have loved to, but I had booked a vacation and just kind of decided to stick through with that. But yeah, it's been series after series right now. It's
Right.
been online poker has been crazy. So I'm taking a couple weeks off now, but it's been going well.
I think I feel like that sentiment's going to be quite common in the poker community. A couple weeks
Yes.
off after what's been a manic few months.
Yes, it
Right.
has. That's for sure.
This whole year, it's been like, I don't know, February? When,
Yeah.
James, when we were in Germany, and now it's almost, well, halfway through September. It's just been non-stop. Compared to, when we're
Crazy.
like grinding the live circuit, maybe you have like 1 stop, 2 stops a month. I don't know. It's been a whirlwind of a year for online and well, poker players in general.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, it's hard when I love playing poker and I don't want to miss an event, but it's like realistically, how many hours and days straight can I play, That it
And
gets
James, I'm
yeah.
seeing a similarity here. All the guests that we've had in, everyone seems to be booking holidays, man, and we're just grinding
Really?
out the commentary. Maybe we need to book a little trip away or something.
Hang on a second, Henry. I've done commentary with you over the last 3 months, and I swear every week you're in a different country. So don't start talking. Right,
Oh well, I was trying to sympathize with you, man. But look, if you don't want to go on holiday together, you don't have to shoot me down on the stream,
We'll talk about it later, Henry. It depends how you behave.
All right, fair enough. But Kristen, I remember speaking to Jason Kuhn about 2 months ago, and I was asking him, like, similar to yourself, you've just been grinding. I was like, oh, how are you getting on? He's just like, I've just been grinding, man. Like every day, he's like, I'm in the streets battling on every event possible, and people are just eating it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Nico could jam here.
Yeah, Nico has jammed.
Oh, we might see another. Done.
All right, flops safe for Ripman.
Oh boy,
that turn is not so safe. There's a few outs here, guys. That's not one of them, though.
There we go.
All right.
Brick City.
Brick City, indeed. But obviously, still a long way behind here. 3-1 dog, despite the double up. Trying to find out about some of these guys. Chris, we tend to know people, but Heads Up, it's like its own little secret society. And
It really is. It's funny. Yeah, to be honest, no disrespect to them, but I don't recognize any of these players either.
Oh, Nico Coop's a very good friend of mine. He'll be so offended.
Really? I'm sorry. What does he play? I don't know. Maybe
He plays.
I would know him to see him.
If you saw him, I assume you guys have definitely battled in various
Okay.
10Ks, 25Ks, grinds
And-
all the millions
Oh.
events and whatnot.
yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Does he have a secret screen name that is secret, or can you reveal his like known screen name?
I'll text him
Or
now.
we'll go back.
I
to
don't.
that. Okay. Yeah,
I'll
don't
ask
reveal
him.
that if he doesn't want it to, because yeah, maybe I'm not putting something together. That's the funny thing about online poker too. It's like I would know Lena 900 Nicholas. That I don't know how you say his last name. I would know him as
Yeah.
Lena, but I would have never known his real name if it wasn't for the real names recently. So
Yeah.
sometimes we know
This
each
is-
other by our screen names.
That's really true. We had some people in the main event on day 3 where obviously we got the real name events, and see like some names I've never heard of him, and then someone would pop into the chat and they'd be like, "Oh, that's like Fresh OD or Giraffe Ganger," or I'm like, "Oh,
Yeah.
okay, right, yeah, I know his screen name, I just don't know his real name."
Yeah, that happened with me like even recently. I'm like, who is Benjamin Roll? I'm like, who is this guy? And I'm like, I'm not sure if he's I'm like, I'm pretty sure this guy's a reg, but I'm not sure. And then someone's like, that's Ben CB. Oh,
Wow.
living under a rock. Yeah. But yeah, it was funny
Yeah.
at first. The funny thing, the crazy thing about Heads Up, I always find is, you can be in Nico's spot here and you're like, okay, it's looking good for me. This match is looking good, but it just takes, your opponent to double up once or twice. Then all of a sudden it's the complete other way. I've seen Heads Up. It just can go one way or another so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I remember way back in the day when Henry was probably I don't know what Henry doing. You might have even been born then, but playing. I used to grind the Heads Up, sit and goes loads, but like back when everyone was beyond awful, and I remember it's just a psychological thing more than anything. Like amount of times
Yeah.
you like take a lead and then get back to even, and you'd be an underdog because the momentum's just gone against you. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're like, oh,
Oh,
I got
God.
them down to 3 big blinds. Then they come back.
James, you believe in momentum in poker, yeah?
Well, again, this is back in the day when we didn't know stuff. Everyone was just figuring it out as we went along, and so everyone was a lot more emotional at the table. Henry, we were human.
That's true.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
see that. Yeah.
I think
Everyone
especially
seems
in Heads Up. Yeah, Heads Up, I think that's even more relevant because it's just how someone's playing when they're really confident versus, if they're like a little bit on tilt or a little bit frustrated, it becomes, I don't know, I remember playing some people Heads Up for like hours when I first started playing poker, and it just felt like it was like this war that we were at, right? And it's like this story that happens, like all of a sudden, someone's stuck a lot and then they get back to even, and then you can feel the other person feeling a little bit uneasy, and oh, here we go, we have another all in.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Indeed.
Looks like this might be over for Juso, or however you say that.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to be over. We're not going to see a 3 on the river tonight. It was the key card last night, but Nico holds up with the boots.
With the boots.
With the boots through to the quarterfinals.
Is that what we call pocket aces? Boots?
No, Kristen. Nobody does.
What is boots?
It's just
Okay.
no. It's just James. All right.
I've never heard this. I've never heard that expression. I might have to steal it.
There we go. Let's get it going around the world.
No.
No, Henry, you don't want that.
Yes.
Just see it like next time Kristen, you win like I don't know, like a big event or something. You're like, yeah, well, I had the boots and I just put them in. Please don't do that.
Yes.
Like, just it's not a thing.
Oh, here's a good match to watch. We know these guys.
We do indeed.
Yeah. So we
Yes.
start things off.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, two big names that aren't necessarily from the Heads Up world, but they are from just the crushing and winning money world.
Yeah. And I have a feeling.
I was going to say, I'd say Zhao's got quite a lot of Heads Up experience as well as Sylvian, to be honest.
I was going to say the same thing about, I don't know if it's Yao or Ja. I don't know exactly how to say that name. It's always bothered me. But I feel like from what
I went on a course basically to learn how to say that name, and I still can't say it. We can say Zhao, but you've actually got to it's unbelievably hard to pronounce that name. And I say I went on a course, literally. I had someone sit me down and try and teach me how to say that name, and it's just there are some weird noises you've got to make halfway through the 4 letters. It's impossible.
That's
Zhao.
Hilarious. So let me hear your best shot at it.
No, I can't do it to myself. But it's like Jean. I can't even.
Yeah, it's weird.
Tough name.
Good. I'm glad I'm gonna make it.
I'm gonna make it easy for everyone. I'm just gonna call him Mr. Vieira. I'm sure he won't mind.
Vieira, we can say that. This is true. He won't.
The guy on the left. How about that?
But yes, from what I know about him, he definitely. I don't think he would be playing this if he didn't feel confident in his Heads Up game, and I'm sure that he's put in some work. He's a hard worker.
Wow. What a life, Mr. Vieira.
Wow. Well.
And just in case we were up against Ace High, King High Hearts, we got the 2 extra outs.
Yeah, exactly.
What a life.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing any more money be put in.
So what does a poker holiday / vacation mean for you, Chris? Are you still gonna have a couple of hours a day where you're still studying with your inner circle, or does a vacation mean no poker, no hands, just really detaching yourself from the game for a bit?
I feel like there's probably going to be a session or two, even though I don't want there to be. But there's definitely some tournaments I don't want to miss coming up.
I disapprove.
I know, right? I know. I kind of do too. So maybe Sunday, we'll see. But it's supposed to be a 2-week vacation. But yeah, I used to have a really hard time not kind of thinking or talking about poker, or playing poker for that long. But I think I'm starting to realize the benefits of it. So I'm not going to forget how to play poker in a week. So hopefully just, a lot of sleeping in and gym and maybe some hiking, good meals.
Nice.
But I'm looking, a lot of sleep.
And having a somewhat, well, I guess if you're grinding from Canada, you probably have one of the best sleep schedules out of most MTT players in the world. Because it is just
true.
such a great grind. Well, that Mexico, Costa Rica, all the spots. But yeah, I can completely relate. Anytime I try and take a break from poker, after the first week, I'm like, you haven't made any money in a week. Your parents would be disappointed. Maybe you should, just chuck a session in there. I don't know. I just can't fully detach from the game for longer than a week at a time.
Yeah.
So
but I think
it's
that
frustrating.
it's by doing that, you're not doing yourself a service, because I've definitely had vacations where I end up playing on a Sunday or something and then realize that all the de-stressing that I had done is just immediately erased.
Yeah, exactly.
One session. Yeah, that's no fun.
I need to learn how to detach myself from the game more when I do go for a break.
Yeah, it's tough. Poker is such a great game. It's fun, and it's not only what could be kind of like a profession, but it's a hobby, right? So
Mm.
I certainly
Yeah.
it's a weird thing when you have such a passion in something, but you're like, okay, I know that it might be good to take my mind off of this, but I don't really want to because it's fun.
Oh, pretty side run out for Jesse.
Yeah.
Steve spiking the non-diamond 9 on the river. Yeah, not surprised to see him just call there. 2-1 chip lead.
Here we go.
So what we're
Magic
looking
number.
at, we're looking at a 10k pay jump between this round 7.5k and making it through to the quarterfinals 17.5k.
Yeah, I guess the good thing, heads up, you don't really worry about the pay jump. There's nothing. I mean, yeah, you're right, that's what they are, but it's like, man, there's freedom. We just play.
Excuse me,
Yep.
we're not worried about the pay jumps.
Well, I mean, there's nothing. We're not. We haven't got a tank anymore because someone might bust out another table. All these things I don't
Okay,
like in tournaments. We
Yeah.
just you kind of just
That's true.
don't think about it. But
You
yeah,
just have
I mean,
to play. You have to win.
right. Pay jumps are
It's like a
chunky.
shootout. Yeah.
The heads up match, in fact, will be for 60k, just a pure 60k
Actually,
match.
yeah. Speaking of which, I don't know how familiar you are with poker history, but Yao, I know I don't know, that's how I'm gonna say it. Yao Vieira. Did he do very well in a World Series shootout once? Or am I mistaken? I seem to remember him maybe final tabling that. But I feel like the shootout format, right? It's a little bit I mean, that's even more intense than heads up to me. Because not only do you just have to beat one person, you have to actually beat everybody. Um, but I think
Nice.
that some players seem to do very well at shootouts. Oh wow, look at this cooler.
Yeah, he won the 5k 6 max at the World Series, but
Okay, okay. Yeah, I remember that actually. He put on quite the performance.
Well, he won the 10k high roller, the Party Poker Millions at
wow.
Nottingham back in January.
I remember that.
wow.
I think he might have busted me actually.
Wow.
Yep.
3-bet here, guys, on the turn. You don't see. I mean, I say you don't see. Don't see a lot of 3-bets on turns these days, especially on dry boards.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Now, I'm actually surprised a little bit that he chose to do that with this combination too.
Hi, my name's Steve O'Dwyer, and I don't lose pots.
Wow, yeah. I wonder what he would have done on like a 4 river. Like, I wonder if he's just still going for it, expecting that he could still get called by an ace or something.
See, Jesse's one of these guys again. I think just like under the radar secret heads up player that we don't know about because I've not come across Jesse before, and not a lot going on their record, but
Yep.
Chop it up, boys. Yeah, Jesse's part of the Finnish armada. You know, you just don't mess with these kids, especially I don't know. Yeah, PLO, man. You know, whenever I don't know, like open sitting a table and then someone with a Finnish name or a Norwegian name sits down, like, oh boy, I'm in trouble. Like,
it is one of the more intimidating flags. It's true.
It really is. It really is. It's I don't know about Hold'em, but in PLO, Norwegian, Finnish. No, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll try. I'll find another seat. Thank you very much.
I agree. I definitely have the same experience.
Man Illusion in the chat said Zhao won the bracelet against Joe Carter, if I remember right. That does ring a bell, actually. That does ring a bell.
That's right, yeah. That's right. 758k he picked up that day. Can't win quite that much today, but still win a not too shabby. What are we looking at? 135. That's the win against today. So Chrissy, this holiday, I just realised this vacation you're talking about how you're gonna have to play some stuff. I just realised you got the 25k next week, right?
That's true. Yes. And what else? I'm not going to pull up Party Poker right now, but I know there's some other events. I just can't remember exactly what it is. But yeah, I think I'll play the 25K.
I'm
Not
gonna allow it now. I was disappointed in you, but I'm gonna allow it.
okay. All right.
Like, because it's the
That
5
would be
mil.
one of the events, yeah, that I'd make the exception for. Yes, I have to play it. Yes. Huge
Yeah,
guarantee.
I'm gonna let that one slide. I'm okay with it.
Perfect. Yeah. Good. Thanks. So will that one be streamed from the beginning or
Final table.
okay, just final
Yeah.
table.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a big one.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you, Chris. So obviously we've been having cards up coverage of almost every event, every WPT event. In
Yep.
these like this format with the cards up, as someone that's playing in these games where whole cards aren't usually revealed on online
Yeah.
events, how do you feel about it with you, like in a 25K high roller? Would you want to have the info of the other players, or would you rather protect yourself and not have people seeing your whole cards?
Pros and cons to each. I think that probably the sample size of showing your whole cards for, one of those games probably isn't. I feel like you would probably gain more info by being able to see all the other players than being concerned about giving up, at least for me personally, because I don't think I'm doing anything completely out of ordinary or completely shocking. And if I do, then sometimes it's just good to note that that's been shown and understand that that knowledge is like now in someone's head. And often when we do something that might look a little bit like, I don't know, unconventional, you're aware of that and you're not always doing that either, right? So I think it's kind of a fun feature to have. But I can see it's certainly something that when you're playing in game you have to completely forget about
Yeah,
because it
yeah,
can
for sure. I think
certainly mess you up. Yeah.
I guess it also depends on like how confident you are in, you know, taking the information that you gain by seeing, a whole table's worth of whole cards compared to, the whole table seeing your cards, how you're going to actually dissect the info and spot leaks in someone's game compared to, the rest of the players maybe spotting something in yours as well.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So that definitely makes a big difference. But it is an interesting thing, and it makes me wonder how many people are, watching all the streams and taking notes. And it's certainly an opportunity to do that. Only so many hours in a day, but
No,
yeah.
Chrissy, they can watch the stream all day, every day. Come on.
This is true. This is true.
There's no limit. Keep watching, guys. You learn everything. Take
What has
notes.
what I'm curious if you guys have a highlight of any games that you have done the stream for.
Wow. That's one of those good questions that when you put someone on a spot, they can't think of anything. It's like, what's your favorite
I
film?
know.
Like,
Yeah, think about it for a second, but I am curious because I know it's been quite
well, Chrissy,
a big series. Yeah.
I gotta say, last night there was our boy Victor who made the final table, and I don't know if you heard the story, but he entered a $22 satellite, won a 109 ticket, played the 109, won a 1,050 ticket, won that, got the 10K seat, got to the final table, found himself like chip leader with 5 left, 6 left, and just ran like a heroic bluff that unfortunately didn't work out and ended up busting it.
No.
6th place, picked up 390K. So, I'm sure from the $22
Pretty
investment,
good.
we're okay with that. But yeah, but the fact that didn't go out with a whimper, like didn't just kind of desperate to fold, just it was a good spot. It was a good spot to bluff. Just ran 3 streets.
Oh.
And
That's
it just
exciting.
didn't work out. But yeah, that was cool.
That is cool. That is cool. I like that. That's fun to see when people get those spots and they're like, I'm still gonna give it my all. It doesn't matter if I'm in for $22 and playing for hundreds of thousands now. I'm gonna go for it. I love seeing players like that.
Yeah, we've had some pretty insane stories like that, right? There was someone that qualified into the main from like I want to say a 55 cent sat as well. And opportunities just
Wow.
they don't come around that often, especially in like live poker. 10Ks. Yes, you have satellites. You have €500 or 1K sit and goes with one seat up for grabs, but it's really tough for people to get into them. Oh boy,
Oh,
Oh,
just
wow.
gonna
wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Assuming this is gonna get looked up.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's an overbet,
is.
but we've got the king of diamonds. We're going to call this.
I have to say, I missed the turn action. Does anyone?
I mean, I'm trying.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I can't actually remember what happened on the turn, but I'm trying to think of a situation. What the action would have to be for us to fold. Sylvan does fold.
Sick.
What?
Wow, nice bluff.
Wow.
Wow.
James, that reminds me of that Nicky P bluff on the final table of one of the WPT main events where he just gets second nuts to fold. It's a similar spot in the heads up match.
Wow.
I
feel like I remember seeing that clip.
Yeah. Just casual Nick Petrangelo doing what Nick Petrangelo does.
Such an interesting spot.
Like, if Xiao watches this and sees that hand, he's going to be like, huh, got away with one there.
Yes, no kidding. And that might just be a product of there's so few players who actually do seem to overbet in that spot with bluffs. It's interesting, right? It's something I notice when I'm playing. It's a weird thing because you're like, how can I possibly fold this hand?
Right.
But then every time you call, you're like, they just have it. They literally just have it. And some people do. Like it feels that way. That some people aren't capable of the 9-10 off bluff there. But he certainly is a player who is. So
now makes a Broadway straight. Another little pot, but as we were saying, the little pots are pretty big in heads up.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to look at it through the lens of, layman's terms of minimum defense frequencies there, but I feel like if we're folding the second nuts in that spot, then I don't know. I don't play much Hold'em, Chris. I play PLO for a living, and I'm not too sure about the MDFs in heads up NL, but I don't know. It feels like we could be quite easily exploited in that spot if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly. I don't know if they have some sort of history. It is a surprising fold to see him make. Sometimes it's just, especially in these spots, some people get a little gun shy when it's their tournament life on the line to make a call there, right? They just feel so stupid when they're wrong, but sometimes in those spots you just have to say, if you have it, you have it. This is a hand I can't fold.
That's more my kind of strategy, Kristen. That's you're on my level now. Just
yep.
you got it. You have it.
Yeah, you have to embrace that. I think sometimes in poker, there's good hero folds, but sometimes you just gotta go with it.
All right. Well, Sylvan wins this little one with the superior 9 kicker. So, Kristen, what's going on in this vacation then? You're away. You're not playing too much poker. What are we doing with our time?
Well, so far we decided to skip a flight. We've been very lazy. We're supposed to be in a different destination right now than we are in, but we're doing like a lot of spa. Going to the coast of it's near Tofino, BC. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. I've never been. Like a surf town kind of area that's right on the ocean, the far west side of Canada, north of Seattle. And just relaxing, honestly. Spa, food, that's kind of my kind of vacation. Hiking, some nature.
Nothing too stressful then.
Yeah, I've realized with traveling so much with poker and everything that I really enjoy flying. It's fun. If you can actually sit on a flight and just be like, "Okay, great. I can, someone can bring me drinks and I can watch a movie. Like this is relaxing." Like make the most out of that. But, certainly people make traveling, and people are packing their days full of activities and let's get up at 8 a.m. and that's not my kind of vacation. I want to sleep in and just go on my own time and I don't like a schedule.
I
Standard
Yeah.
poker
dig
player,
that.
I guess.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
dig that. It's,
Yeah.
it's like spontaneous plans. Make the plans day for day rather than having it, super structured. I can
Absolutely.
definitely
Yeah.
get behind that.
Yeah, I feel like I was saying this yesterday, but I think the key is, I mean, for me, I really like food. So I think that one thing that's important is before you go to a city, research the good restaurants, where you want to go, and have that list. And then at least you have something to work from. Otherwise, sit on your phone trying to like search for places to go in the moment, which kind of gets annoying. But
Mm.
yeah, just having like a little bit of something in mind of like possibilities of what to do, but then not necessarily like sticking to some sort of plan of, we're getting up at 8 a.m. to go see a museum. And then you wake up at 8 a.m. and feel like shit. And it's like, okay, no, I don't feel like walking around a museum today. That's not going to be fun.
Oh, that's
That's how I
brilliant.
like to plan. Yeah.
That's me most days. I like my mates that don't play poker. They have the
Yeah.
weekends off, and they expect me to be super hyped about like going out or doing something because it's their day off from work. And I'm like, no, it's
Yeah.
Sunday. We grind today. Like, Henry, come on. I'm like, no, like leave me alone.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Sunday is the sacred day.
It is. It is.
I'm with your friends. Get to the pub, watch the football, have a roast, drink lots.
uh,
My muggle friends don't play poker.
yeah,
Dwyer's
I
got
might have to.
this. He's in a pretty good spot here, guys. Just
Yeah,
kind of
he is.
just flopping these mediocre hands, but they're good enough.
He's a player I'm always I don't know if the right word is somewhat impressed, but he's really interesting to watch because he's just very unique. And
Yeah.
yeah, I respect his game. He has a lot of like I think pure talent. Um
Mm.
yeah, he's a fun guy to watch. I mean, he's been around forever too, right?
Yeah, it's funny you use like you say that about Steve because I've used him before in commentary as an example of someone way back when things weren't as known. Where I like again, it feels bad to say it, but the consensus was I remember we were like, oh, he just did this. People will talk about hands he's done in big tournaments, and we'd
Yeah.
be like, wow, how bad is he? How bad is he? And then you fast forward 10 years and you realize, oh no, that's what all the best players in the world now do because he was just ahead
It,
of the curve. Like,
it's really true actually. Yeah, you're right. And it's so
He's
impressive. I was thinking this recently of like, how does someone, staying in poker for so long when the game is constantly evolving and how it is? And I was thinking about how if someone was new to the game today, how their perspective of the game would just instantly be so different than, let's say, my perspective was when I first started learning.
right.
And it's just such an interesting thing to think about. And I think it's really impressive when you see someone like him who's was successful back then and still is. And yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
just he's
interesting.
kept ahead of it. He's kept ahead of it and he's kept near the top of the game the entire time. Which
Yeah.
is
And
in
yeah,
any
and
sport, in any game, anything you do, that's really hard to do.
absolutely. I think something really interesting or cool about him is I feel like he doesn't care what people think of how he plays. He
Right.
does things really out of the box, and it's like that just is what it is. I think that's really cool, and I think that's what kind of can make somebody great, right?
Yeah, I think that comes across as part of his character. I mean, you obviously know Steve better than people who watch Steve play poker, but
Sure.
his aura at a table is someone who's quite aloof, doesn't really get too involved in the
Y-
conversation, doesn't really
Yeah.
give up too much information, just a bit of an enigma.
Yep.
Like, I would almost describe him a bit like someone like Phil Ivey in that sense, just has the complete I don't care attitude. Like, but is probably taking
Absolutely.
everything in. Like,
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah. Definitely.
it does feel like he's falling asleep at the table sometimes when he's playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
It's just like Steve
Yeah.
just doesn't care. He's an animal, and I definitely put him up there. I think you hit the nail on the head, Kristen, with as one of those natural talents. Like I honestly put him next to like
Yeah.
Ollie Shemian in terms of just that raw, just that
Yeah.
killer instinct. You know, Steve O'Dwyer, what a boss.
Definitely.
Not surprised to see Steve flicking the goal here as well. By the way.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, right on cue. We're just talking about what a boss he is, and he calls with ace high and runs into a
God,
flush.
what are you doing, Steve? He obviously had it.
We
What
killed
a
him.
station.
He's got. I have to have a look now because it's just ludicrous amounts, isn't he? In career earnings.
That
Yeah.
spicy flop.
Yeah,
It is
just over the 30 million mark. Steve O'Dwyer's at live.
30 million.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy. And I feel like I know I've played with him quite a bit lately as well. He's been playing a lot of these events, right? I think.
Yeah.
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 It's just another one of those grinders that just making the most of
Yep.
post-COVID. Well, it's not post-COVID; it's still ongoing, but COVID poker, if you will.
Yeah. Do you guys miss live poker?
Oh.
Yeah.
James, I was gonna say when Kristen mentioned Canada earlier, I was like, when are we gonna get to go to the playground? Get to go back to Canada or America again? I don't know. I think maybe not until at least halfway through 2021, but I'm hoping that I'm wrong.
I know. I hope so too, but it's not looking good.
Steve builds this pot and makes straight on the river. Yeah, I mean Canada. I mean poker in Canada is so healthy, right? You obviously one of the huge online markets and bustling live scene.
I just.
And yeah, Henry, you mentioned Playground, obviously a partner of both Party and WPT. It's such a great venue, that place, man. Play your poker.
Yeah. It really reminds me of Dusk Till Dawn. They have similar feelings, and I love both of those places.
GG's Jesse, Steve completing from the button. Jesse 15 bigs, 16 bigs.
Yeah, and that is it for Lidigren Bar.
Not a
deuce
good
run out.
Jesse.
Not to be. We lose another Steve O'Dwyer through to the quarterfinals.
Cool. Now, do we have an idea which match he's gonna play? The winner of?
We don't yet. We will.
Okay. I would love to see Steve O'Dwyer versus Yao. I think that would be a really fun match.
We're not doing requests, but if we were, like,
okay. that would be my request. Well, actually, I would like to play Steve O'Dwyer. That would be my request. Can I get it?
Well, maybe they, they just stay in. We get the final. Like,
see, that's the problem. Now I'm watching poker and I want to play.
God, Chris, if that happens, if Zhao's up against Steve, if Zhao makes it through against Sylvian, and in the quarterfinals, everyone's gonna be like #rigged. All right, the diamond patch and whatnot.
I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Zhao's gonna get through this match with the 9-1 chip lead, but you never know.
Oh, you never know. You never know. And talking of never knowing, James and Chris, we just got a raid from Poker Staples. 134 viewers. What's up, everyone? It's when a streamer finishes their stream and they have a decent community and viewership. Well, I'll let you guys call out the action on this hand, and we'll talk about what a raid is.
All right. Well, it's aces versus threes once again. This time
4 for a sweat.
All right, Lucy looking good for the double up. Just the one card to fade. Easy game.
All right.
Yeah, keep explaining raids, Henry, because I'm actually writing this down so I know in future as well.
So a raid is when someone like Poker Staples, is streaming and he's like, okay, guys, I'm done for today. I'm gonna go to the bed, or just go chill out. I'm finished with streaming poker today. And then he's like,
Okay.
let's see who's online. Oh, WPT Partypoker. That looks like a lot of fun. I'm going to send you guys over to their channel. Enjoy. And that's pretty much
Cool.
what happened. Chips going in the middle
Awesome.
again. A
Yeah,
flip,
these two are
maybe?
gonna they're going on their backs. This is it. I said,
Okay,
you
so
know,
yes, I guess
it's a 9-1
Sylvan was
lead,
up
but it can change
6-7.
quickly.
Yep. All right, let's see. Yeah, if he wins this, it's close to even.
It's going to be tough from here. Javier finding a queen on the flop, but there it is.
Wow.
Set on the turn, and as Kristen says, they're not too far from even. What's 125 plays
Yep.
75?
Yep.
Wow.
Now Sylvan wins a couple pots. And
Yeah. 5-3 chip lead. What? After
See,
having been a 9-1 dog.
This is where I lose my mind, you see. Anyway, this is it. This is where I just start going crazy. I get really angry. I just
You're like, come on.
make the pots big.
Yep. You need a session with Elliot Rowe. A mental game
Oh,
coach.
wow, that would be so much fun. I would pay good money to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. That would be brilliant. Elliot's just going to tell you, James. James, you need to move up to the stakes where they respect your raises, mate. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them. I'm trying to find those stakes. I've gone broke a few times looking, but I'll get there.
And I remember first knowing Elliot, like I'm 25 now, so I was only about 18. Because he was like coaching some cash game regs from London before, you know, he just took the poker world by storm with his apps and his mindset coaching. And it's amazing to see someone like him, because like the people don't know how much work and effort he put into his product before, you know, he got to this point where he's now training with like the best of the best, and everyone turns to him. And yeah, I mean, everyone swears by that guy. He's
awesome.
he is.
I can say he's good. It's I know I'm not going to put anyone else down or anything, but I've worked with a few different people, and he just has something. Again, I don't know if it's natural talent or whatever it might be, but he's he's good. That's for sure. He's in the right profession for what he's doing. That's for sure.
Wow, look at this sexy little overbet jam from Vieira.
No.
All right. See, this is it. You just go on tilt and you start smashing these huge bluffs, and it works, right? Forget this mind coaching nonsense. Just go berserk.
Though, James, it's called having a decent hand combo to turn into a bluff. But yes, if you want to, you know, say he's just mashing the all-in button. This could go in as well. What, 26 effective? Maybe a little bit too deep to start ripping it in with the deuces.
Did Sylvan limp or raise the button? I missed that.
He's been limping button close to 100%. Sub 30.
Yeah, I like limping with these there.
He's gonna get in a bit of trouble on this board, I see, for at least one street, depending on turn. Okay, right. Well,
not many worse turns.
Nope.
Actually, quite a favourable one. It's going to save him a bit of money. Had like a 5 or a throw. Any card below a 10 or a jack rolled off, I assume he's going to click the call button and see you at the river, Vieira.
All right.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
It's a weird one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I was kind of expecting to see that. Well played by you.
Yeah.
He,
Loves the
he
loves the
doesn't let one.
overbets.
He doesn't let one pot go the other way if he can.
Yeah, it's going hyper aggressive so far.
Yeah.
Party Poker TV saying every stream Henry mentions that he's 25 and owns James. I'm not trying to own James. I'm just for the context of when I first heard and knew who Elliot Rowe was like 7 years ago when I was like 18.
Well, when I
don't know.
first, I'll be honest, when I first heard who Elliot Rowe was about 3 minutes ago, and I had to Google, and I've been reading since.
Are you serious?
Oh, wow.
I'm out of touch with this.
Wow,
Chat,
I'm shocked.
get on Twitter and cancel this man.
I'm shocked. But it's funny how, we can be in the same industry and I probably know a lot of knowledge about that stuff and like you know all the players and stuff and I'm sitting here thinking who's Benjamin Roll and I'm playing against. So it's funny how that is. But yeah, he's sure. Come on, you really didn't know who he was with Fate?
No,
like I feel like him and Fedor have done so much.
Obviously, I'm reading it. I'm I've heard of
Okay.
Prime Mine and stuff. I'm not. It's just
Cool.
the person behind it and stuff. So
Yeah.
but I'm gonna learn a little bit more.
He's got I'd go out on a limb and say he has a more soothing voice than my own. I've definitely meditated a lot to the voice of Elliot Rowe.
Yes. 300, relax. I have his the beginning of each video memorized.
Yeah. I want you to picture yourself at the top of a flight of stairs. Okay, Elliot, up there. Disaster turn card for Loosely, by the way. I mean, 22 big's going to cost him a couple of big blinds.
Yeah, he's just not getting any joy, is he? He either gets dealt like the slightly better hand and gets blasted off it, or he just gets dealt the slightly worse hand and ends up paying it off. It's no fun.
This river could potentially save him. Some chips also blocking some of the bluffs that he'd want Vieira to have, like the 7-8s, the 7-6s of the world. So may find a way to get out of here versus the 2/3 pot river bet. Yeah, 20 bigs and a dream.
James, have you been able to golf over there, wherever you are?
There we go. I wasn't going to bring it up because Henry gets angry every time we talk about golf. But you see, Henry,
I'm sorry.
Yet another golfer in the mix. You see, you just got to join us. Yes, Kristen, I've been playing a ludicrous amount of golf. Like,
what's your best round?
So far. He won't tell you. He won't tell you.
Oh, that's not the question I answer. I shot 77 the other day. It's the best I've shot.
Oh, that's amazing, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know what's standard for you, but
no, that was a good round.
if I break 100, I'm happy. So.
Well, Henry,
I don't know what the standards for you, but I'm assuming that's amazing. James, I could shoot 77 in sleep.
I doubt it. Somehow, young'un. I doubt it. But yeah, no, it was very good. It was very good. I'm very happy. Like golf's, me, it's my addiction, and thankfully,
awesome.
It's basically what I've been commentating and golfing. Yeah.
Not a bad life.
Did for a few months. They took that away from us, but we got it back.
Good.
Oh, why do I feel like Lucy's gonna check jam this company? Okay. No. All right. Okay. So Kristen, you play much golf yourself, or just like very recreationally?
Recreationally, I would say, but I, got a new set of clubs this summer and thought I was going to play a little bit more than I have. I guess that's probably a common story for most people. But
Henry, we've been setting Kristen up for a while. We've been setting her up. Me and Matt Savage. We're going to get her out there during the World Series, like a new customer, a new fish, and then, she's escaped.
I'm in. Next year, I'm in. I will skip whatever World Series event and come golfing. I used to be a little bit more motivated. I will, I promise.
I'll book that action. I'll definitely book that action.
Okay, unless I'm downswinging really hard.
There we go. Or running really good, or
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, James, if
All right.
momentum's on her side and that not she won't come out.
Exactly. Loosely
I
finally
have a
gets
hole in
going.
one. I have a hole in one, so I'm kind of semi-retired now after getting that.
Here we go. There are many who haven't. Many very good golfers who haven't got one.
Yeah, it's insane. But playing from the ladies' tees is probably an advantage.
Hole in one's a hole in one.
It's true.
Yeah.
Talking
So
of
yeah,
retired,
for the first time, Loosely gets to put a bit of pressure on Zhao there on a river. Zhao
Yeah, this has been quite a
pretty swiftly.
battle. And Yao it's been hard to beat him.
Right, and that was actually interesting that particular combo he had there. The four of clubs was like a block in the straight, block in flushes, but
Yeah.
still decided to give Sylvain the best, give him the benefit of the doubt. Sorry.
Oh wow, what was Yao raised? He shoved.
yeah, 20 big blind rejam button versus big blind. I don't know why I'm saying it like it's a six max sort of button versus big blind rejam spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, jam the ace.
See, I think those are spots where you see sometimes. I think the heads up focused players versus someone who's focused on MTTs play spots like that a little bit differently. I think one thing that I was surprised when I did some studying and heads up is what hands you should shove there versus call there, and sometimes I don't know. It's interesting to me with heads up that you have to really be aware of like what your opponent's ranges look like, because I wouldn't necessarily think that he would shove ace three off there. Or maybe some players wouldn't be shoving hands like that. And anyways, it's just interesting that I guess those like 10 to 20 big blind spots are played very differently, I think, from MTT players when they're playing heads up to heads up players, I guess, especially if they're coming from like a hyper turbo background or a spin and go background where 20 big blinds is massive.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point.
Yeah.
By the way, Kristen, Nico messaged me and he's more than happy to give his screen name, except I don't really know how to pronounce it. And there's Ronine with a 9 on the end, so RHONIN 9. Ronine.
Say it once more.
Ro9.
R.
Wait, I'll type it in our group chat.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if I should do that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
RHONIN 9.
Oh, okay. Yes. I recognize that.
Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. You've definitely battled live. I have no idea about online.
Okay. Yeah, I saw his little picture. It looks a little bit familiar, but hard to see.
Yeah, I love these little pictures when we're playing.
It's cool. I really like it. Yeah, this setup is great. I like it. Very fancy.
Yeah. It's almost like we're there, even though we're dotted all over the world.
I think it would be pretty cool if we could get live webcams from players. I don't know if that's something that's possible in the future or if there'll be too much resistance against it.
Yeah.
Sorry. But I think that would be fun.
It would be amazing. I could just imagine. Have any of you have you seen that interview where there's like this gentleman being interviewed on, like, I think it's like the BBC or CNN, and then his child just like crawls into the office in the background. We like get that where people are grinding and then someone's kid just comes running in whilst they're playing.
Or it'd be my dog barking or something. That's happening at my house. But yeah, you can see Sylvan's limping the button a lot. I like that. And the stack size. And yeah, putting on the pressure.
Yeah, nice. Popping up 4-5.
Yep. Yeah, I really like that. He's just giving himself all.
Yeah, they're up to what? Big blind 2,500. They've been playing a little while now. It's they played 5 10-minute levels, so we're into the 6th level.
Are there more matches going right now, or is this the last one?
I think this is probably the last one, just for the fact it's got to the 6th level. I mean, obviously, it's still obviously 40 big blinds deep average, as it were, but we know there's just heads up is so fast and furious that.
Yep, this is a battle. But yeah, it's fun to. I love seeing I think the 4-5 raising in the big blind there versus Sylvan's 21 big blind limp. I think those are the little spots that make huge differences that a player like Yao isn't missing, and really just look at how easily that printed and how many times you're just gonna win the pot pre-flop. It's just but so many people are just like, oh, this hand's pretty good, I'll check, or they're not applying pressure so much, and that's one thing Yao's doing. He's fighting for every single pot. I don't think we've seen one where he played like a passive line to give Sylvan an opportunity, because had that gone, he checked his big blind, there's a good chance the flop is whatever, not good for 4 or 5, and he just checked fold.
Yeah.
And now instead he gets to take the initiative pre-flop, and then perhaps the flop is, even if Sylvan calls, the flop's ace or king or queen high, something like that. He bets, he wins with 5 high. It's so good.
And Sylvan just in another tough spot here. 2 6s on 8 deuce deuce, and
what a turn card.
Turns 6s again.
Wow.
All right.
Wow, this is going to be interesting.
20k in the pot. Shao goes with a pretty hefty sizing.
Yeah, just shy of 75% on the turn.
Oh, Sylvan will just do the little tank and a call. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what to do here.
I guess I'll call. Yep. Now there's a brick river. It looks like everything will go in, but this will be interesting.
You think we turn our hand into a check call? Do we block?
Yep.
On this run out,
I feel like it's probably a check decide. Sylvan, would have a lot of clubs. He potentially is going to bluff now. What else are his bluffs? But now curious if he's going to call. It seems pretty hard to fold this.
We unblock clubs. Some of the floats get floats, ace high clubs.
Good fold by Yao. And I don't know how thin Sylvan's going to be shoving there for value, if he would ever shove a worse hand than one pair of aces either. So
they both made some pretty good folds against each other, guys, in this match. They've made some close spots.
And it seemed like he folded pretty quick too, which is kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough to beat. I can tell you that from playing with him.
Sounds like there's some scars there.
Yes, there are. I don't know if I've ever won a pot versus him, quite honestly. It's mind-blowing.
Chris, is this your turn to use the platform as you never winning pots against certain people, then you just start wrecking them once we return to live poker?
I hope so. Is that what happens usually? I'm gonna make that a thing.
Just start listing a bunch of names.
Yeah. That does happen though sometimes. It's like when people start whining about, oh, I never beat this person. I feel like people say that a lot about me. And then all of a sudden it's like I can't beat them again. So maybe there's something to it. But
you gotta moan it in. That's what they say.
Yeah. Live poker is gonna be so fun. I feel like the first tournament that's back, it's gonna feel like the main event. It's gonna have that energy in the room where everyone's so excited, and and then a few hours in we'll be like, okay, now it's just
back to being withered.
But exactly. But it's gonna be like the loudest, friendliest room you've ever seen for for a few hours at least, or a day.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of hugs and handshakes. Oh, we can hug
Yeah.
people again. How have you been?
Yeah. I mean, this is even nice coming on the stream. It's so easy to just live in your online bubble of not talking to, other people or really indulging in the game. But I've been on a couple streams and this summer, and it's actually, I mean, maybe I could have streamed more, but it's fun to do. It's definitely gives you a feeling of connecting with the community a little bit, which is nice.
Well, yeah, it's great to have you here as Zhao.
Yeah.
Goes for a little bit. Look at this, up to 1,500, 3,000. This
Yeah.
is shallow.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be wild. You're right. The first series back, or the first tournament back, or I wonder if there will be one clear event that everyone sort of sees as the thing to go back to, or whether it'll just happen so slowly that we
return.
don't really notice it. Yeah, be nice if there was just a
Yeah.
huge Party Poker Millions WPT incorporated event where everyone turns up.
I know. I wish it was like the Caribbean party. Like that sounds so fun right now.
There we go.
Going to wherever, Bahamas. Yeah, that's. Ugh, I'd be in.
Real so
Bad
sad.
Illusion in the chat saying, Kristen, you should make a T-shirt with that slogan, Zhao is tough to beat. Just wear it to the next like 10K or 25K.
I don't want to boost his ego that much. Can we not tell him
Yeah.
I said that somehow?
Me and James had an idea about just having like a massive international event where, because we can't travel at the moment, just we all have like a qualifying round from our country where you just have hundreds of players enter, and then once we're allowed to return, they just have like 100,000 run live event with,
Oh, that
with
would be
millions
so
up.
cool. That's amazing. I love that idea.
It's impossible to make it happen. Action turn card,
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
know.
And then
Wow,
we'd all just sit back and watch Fedor win it. It'd be great.
yeah.
Oh god. Please don't jab loosely. You played so
I was gonna
well,
say,
man.
I wonder if now he's gonna bluff. I mean, to be fair, it's probably a good spot.
Yeah. You got 1.25 pot behind. He just doesn't really have another size other. Let's check. Okay.
And what size do we? I guess Yao will probably go on the larger side anyway.
Yeah, I'd assume we polarize here. Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's Sylvan get away from it. I think. I mean,
Yeah, that would be heroic.
quite a hero call. And it's like you would not want to have the King of Hearts to call there. You would be hoping he's bluffing with the King of Hearts. So not a good call hand, I don't think. For a bluff catch.
Sylvan hanging in there.
Got,
just 15 blinds.
65 bigs on the table now. Started off with 200.
And this is where the match gets crazy because it's, he doubles up, he's up to 100K, right. And just getting shallow. And card distribution is definitely a big thing, but it's like every pot is just so huge. I'm curious what Yao does here. So he limps. Wow. Jeez.
This could be GG's as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like a tough one.
Check call from Sylvan. Let's see what comes out, but this could be unfortunate, I think, for Sylvan.
Especially if like Queen of Diamonds, Ace of Diamonds rolls off.
Yeah.
Goes big. 9K into 12K.
Yeah.
Set up a very natural river SPR.
That's a good fold.
James, we've even got a name for the tournament. the Grand James Dempsey Poker Revival Tournament, recommended by Deng in the chat.
I mean, Deng, I appreciate the work, but I think we can do better. Come on, we can do better. I mean, or is it? Yeah,
I mean,
maybe it's.
you're organizing golf tournaments now, so I mean, why not just organize a massive live poker event?
I have many strings. Why not? Poker tournament organizer. Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it. I get the rake, right?
I don't know about that, mate.
I'll do it if I can keep the rake. Well, I'm also wondering if that's just like the James Dempsey Poker Revival Tournament, as in like they're just trying to revive my poker personally, or is it we're reviving poker as a game?
Poker on a
globally?
grand, yeah.
Or is it just
Both.
wow, he's so lazy, he never plays poker, we've got to try and revive him?
When was the last time you played poker, James? We have what?
I think.
Wow, really?
No, I played a session online. I played one session in there somewhere, I think.
Wow.
I just got in the habit of just not playing, I guess. Like
Yeah.
And just, I mean, the weather's going to turn soon, so I'm sure I'll go back to leading a normal life. I've basically taken this whole period as like an extended holiday, really.
You've just been hustling people on the golf course, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, pretty much.
For the last 6 months.
Yeah. It's the way to do it. Yeah, I think. Yeah, when the weather's gonna turn, I've got to get back on the horse, as it were. But this feels like playing poker, Kristen. It feels like you're doing this every day. It's like you don't lose the bug, you don't lose the kind of flow of the game.
Yeah.
It's
That's
fun.
fair. That's fair. It does make me want to play a little bit, though. That's the one thing I struggle with. Anytime I watch, like, I'll watch a training video or something, or any sort of poker content, and I'm like, oh my god, I just want to play. I'm like, say it's like an hour-long video I'm trying to watch. By like minute 40, if I haven't loaded up the session, it's like a miracle.
Wow.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Sounds like my flatmate. He's always the same. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna study. I'm like, no, you're not. Like, you're gonna have tables fired up after. Yeah, you're gonna have like tables fired up after 30 minutes.
That's hilarious. I'm the exact same way. It's just so much more fun to play. I don't know.
I was definitely the same up until, I want to say, the start of COVID. Like, I don't know why, but with the Galfond Challenge and like PLO just getting such huge coverage this year, I've really enjoyed studying. Just really enjoyed studying, like more than I ever have. And
that's awesome. I can relate a bit. I think there's like, with all the tools out there to do so in such a like easy way, almost, it is pretty fascinating. I imagine with PLO it's even more so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think once live poker returns, I'll probably stop studying as much. But
yeah,
I was getting clowned on too much by these online PLO wizards.
That's fair. Yeah, that's the one thing, is like trying to understand where everyone else is coming from, I think is important with poker. So even if I think that's one thing that people miss, is understanding, like, okay, if someone's done a training video on, whatever site about, I don't know, check raising the flop or over betting in spots, it's like, if all your opponents have watched this, then you better watch it too, because you want to know what info they know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of where poker's at right now. I think that it's really a spot of keeping ahead of who knows what and how they're thinking, because there's definitely spots I've seen people play, like in high roller events even sometimes too, where it's like what you were saying about Stephen O'Dwyer making plays that people are like, what is going on? And sometimes that happens. I'm like, wow, this person just shoved like 55 big blinds over, goes like raise call and then 55 big blinds all in. I'm like, what are people doing this with? And so trying to figure out, getting ahead of that, or at least trying to understand it a bit. Oh boy. Well, I guess I'm interested if Yao will just shove or raise here.
How about the
Oh,
checkers? He does
Or
check it.
I love the check. Yao's played so well. I really like that check pre-flop.
Yeah,
Sylvan's just gonna be limp folding so much.
Right. And now
Pretty
Sylvan gets to
And-
attack this board a little bit as well, right? Because Zhao didn't
Exactly.
raise.
Yep.
Like Zhao just
This is gonna be interesting if Sylvan's gonna go for it or give up. Oh, he's probably giving up, I guess. He's checking the turn.
James, then in the Twitch chat saying you can't be a losing player if you don't play.
There we
200
go.
IQ. There we go.
That's true.
rumbled. Yeah, I'm on a pretty good run of winning. Like,
Oh, there you go. Then just don't play
Right.
for speak, I guess.
I have to actually have a look when I last played. I know it was some PLO. I know that much.
I've been doing some winning as well. The PLO
Wednesday the
streaks.
18th of March. There we go.
Wow.
I'd love to play PLO against you. Oh my god, that'd be so much fun. Just the needles like transferring from the commentary booth to the live felt.
You might not enjoy it as much as you think, young'un.
Wait, chat. What are you saying, James?
You know, you might
Do
not
I
enjoy
smell?
it.
Do I smell like a prop bet challenge here? Like
Be careful.
going on?
Be careful. But just be careful what you wish for. You know.
Okay, right. Go on. Go into more detail. Oh boy.
Well, let's see how this one
Sylvan
pans
is
out
just
first.
not. Yeah, the card distribution has not been in his favor.
No.
That's for sure.
And needs an 8 or a deuce on the turn or the river. Otherwise, it will be Zhao making his way through to the quarterfinals. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that might have been the last of the 16 going, because that match took a long time.
Yeah, that was quite the match. And now we're going to see Yao versus Stephen O'Dwyer. I'm kidding. But it could be, right? There's a, 1 in 4 chance? What is it? How many left?
There's 8 left, and yeah, so it is, yeah.
Oh, okay, not yet.
No, there we go. There is the draw, guys, and we are going to take a quick break before coming back and seeing how these games pan out. And we will bring you action from all 4 of these matches shortly, so please do stay with us.
At Party Poker, we put players first because we are players first. You can't love poker if you're not into poker. You gotta be into it. You see my dog right here? My dog's name is Royal. See my cat? My cat's name is Flush. Look at all of my furnishings. Get a good look at it, huh? That's how into poker we are. That's why we got you. Love poker? Join Party. Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. attention, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and I, the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And party poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly. But these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. Quarter-final stage of the WPT Heads-Up Championships here on Party Poker. And we got some nice matches lined up here.
We do indeed, James. So I feel sorry for my boy Nico going up against Steve O'Dwyer, but there's Alan Berger, what a name. Canadian flag, one of the best in the business. Man, I wouldn't want to be Eugenio Peralta right now, but hey, listen, he's made it this far, so I'm sure he's got a trick or two up his sleeves as well.
I was about to say you wouldn't want to be Eugenio Peralta, but he's just guaranteed $17,500 and is now playing for a hell of a lot more. Making it through to the next round will guarantee $40K.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
I'll take the spot.
It's Alan Berger, man.
Yeah, no kidding. Fun spot. Allenberg. Yeah, I might have to secretly cheer for the Canadian if that's okay.
That's
I would like to see a
allow
Canadian. All right.
Excuse excuse me, Kristen. Sorry, as a commentator, you're supposed to remain impartial at all times. But yeah,
I'm very
we'll
sorry.
give
I'm
you a
new at
pass this
this.
time.
Thank you. Let it slide. I'm new.
Don't listen to Henry. You can go for it. Paulie, Iris, Sylvan Loosely, Adria, Scott, Jesse, Daniel, Dan Carter, my man, Juso, and Matt Johnson. A confirmation all losing the last round, but they did pick up 7.5K for their efforts.
Yeah, the Finnish Armada bowing out in the round of 16. Paulie Iris, aka Filisme, is one of the best, if not top 5 heads up no limit players in the world at the moment. Sure, everyone will be pleased to see him get eliminated.
And
yeah, very cool.
Look at this. What game do we start with? Of course, it's this one: Steve O'Dwyer versus Nico Coop.
So if Nico's your friend, you're secretly cheering for him too.
Actually, I'm pretty tilted at Nico. He was in Malta, which is where I was living at the time, and we just couldn't meet up for about a week and a half because every day I was free, he was grinding. Every day that he was free, wait, what did I just say? Yeah, every day he was free, I was grinding. When I was free, he was grinding, and we did actually meet up for a few drinks. Yeah, so I was like, right, you owe me one.
Fair.
Spicy turn card.
Yep.
This could be over quickly.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, O'Dwyer could certainly take a big lead here if he catches the right river.
Yeah.
But he doesn't.
A nice brick for Nico.
I think what sizing and what to choose.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was thinking. I like it.
Half pot.
I think that's fair. He's making a queen call basically and some 10x hands. Well, he's off to a good start.
If I bet half pot, I just get put in the bin all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, she chose emergency sizing. Let's put him in. Oh god, why did I do this to myself?
I know. And then you call it off, and they just had it. Didn't matter anyway. Yeah.
My flatmate doesn't play PLO, and sometimes when he rails me, and like I get myself in these spots where I feel like, okay, I'm going to use a smaller sizing here as an exploit to induce, and then they the induce works, and then they put me in the they try putting me in the bin, but then I'm like, oh, actually now I don't know, like now I'm not sure I want to call. Yeah,
I've been there many times.
Works out for him.
Been there many times.
This one's gonna check down. Although one would assume that Steve's not gonna show down with 7 high, bottom of his range. Would surprise me to see him try and get a cheeky bet through. That's pot.
It does. Oh, and it does.
There was I for a brief moment thinking Steve was going to lose that pot, and then I had to remind myself that it's Steve O'Dwyer.
It's Steve O'Dwyer
on the river.
Come on.
Again, yeah. The big thing about heads up when you watch these and you can see, especially seeing hole cards, you just see how good aggression is. Wow, kings again, but.
So we were saying before you joined us, Kristen, but we had the start of the other matches, that whilst we're still, the first couple of levels, 100 bigs effective, 80 bigs effective, are we right in saying and assuming that we're going to have close to like 100% opening range, and then as the stacks get shallower, players will start to, include some limps and whatnot?
I think it's probably fair to say that. I think that some players still might have some limping deeper, but I would expect it to sort of trend towards what you were saying. I think that a lot of people have a game now where sub 30 big blinds, they're always limping and kind of have like this limping strategy. and I think that's kind of where you see that come into effect, probably about 30 big blinds and less. And then certainly at the stage, yeah, you tend to see people just raising more.
Ooh, nice. Little river for Nico.
But yeah. I wonder if Steve will, yeah, maybe a small value bet.
So a check
Wonder if
turn,
there's-
pot size C bet from Steve on the flop. Check turn, and now going for a 1/3 on the river, gets check raised to 22k.
Yeah, and he folds quite quickly.
Oh, these hands could collide on certain board textures.
Yeah, Nico's
Yeah,
just
definitely.
off to a good start. Here we go. Maybe we won't see a flop. That's what you see, Henry. You could have called some flop action. You're gonna call Steve O'Dwyer, maybe getting in trouble. He just goes, "All right, I'll free bet this hand, and there's no issue."
I forgot Nico's a nit, and he just folds 10-9-0 on the button to a 3-bet.
Nico the Net. That's Henry's nickname he's given for him. I like it. Let's hope it sticks.
No, he's actually not. I remember playing a PLO with him, PLO game with him, and it was it's one of the most action-packed PLO games I've ever played in.
Wow.
There may have been some alcoholic beverages shared around the table.
Yellow's fun. It's crazy though. Such a crazy game. It's
How
a
much
weird
PLO
game
have you
because
dabbled in?
Smallish amount, I would say. I guess like somewhat of a fair amount though. I've definitely played some PLO events and played some cash and sweated a lot of PLO cash sessions. But it's such a weird game because I feel like there's this weird balance of wanting to be quite like loose, but then in a way it just feels like playing really tight is like the right way to play. And I guess I struggle with that, and I think I'm playing tight, and then I'll tell someone a hand, and they're like, I'm like, I had a straight draw, a flush draw, 2-pair. And they're like, yeah, you gotta fold. I'm like, what? Like, how do I fold this hand?
What? No, I'm never folding straight draw, flush draw, 2-pair in my life. Like, I don't know.
Good. Okay. Me neither. I don't know. I guess I had a bad flush draw and a bad straight draw. I don't know, and I'm probably exaggerating it, but
there's no such thing as a bad flush draw and a bad straight draw, though. You know,
right?
You just got to believe in them.
Maybe a multi-way pot. I don't know.
You're welcome in any game of mine whenever you want, mate.
So I think PLO cash game. I think cash games really appeal to me, but I don't really like the tournament format for PLO personally because it's probably just that I'm inexperienced and don't really it's a confusing, like tricky game to play. I've played a lot of tournaments. My strategy is basically wait for aces and then I just pot. And it has gone quite well, actually.
You're probably going to win. Like, you're probably going to win money.
Yeah, I've done okay. I actually think I went deep in one of these WPT PLO events. And that was kind of my strategy. So it went okay, but yeah, it's a game. I think I would enjoy it more in cash game format personally. What do you think, Henry?
I would say you probably have a ton of edge just with your ICM understanding and just I mean I wouldn't want you at my PLO table in a tournament, especially because there's definitely things that you're gonna like knowledge that you'd be able to transfer from the games that you've played that you're just gonna have an easy time adapting and bringing that information over. But yeah, I've played maybe 4 PLO events in my life, just like a couple of smallish like high rollers like 2Ks and 3Ks at certain events, but I don't know, PLO tournaments are very soft. like insanely
Yes.
soft.
Yeah,
So
that's fair. That's fair to say.
Yeah, it's just such a, I don't know. It's like a bastardized format of the game though. It's just so much of the fun of PLO is being super deep, and I enjoy playing
Yeah.
PLO tournaments, but just as a once in a while rather than a doing it all the
Yeah,
time.
James, I agree with you, James. It's no fun when you're like, I have 15 big blinds in this hand,
Right.
and it's like, okay, limp. Like it's yeah. Now I'm curious, does anyone have any info on these players? I always like to know the backstory or know something about these players. I'm not familiar with either of them. You were talking about Alan Berger, but
yeah, Alan Berger is a high stakes heads up beast as far as I'm aware online.
okay,
A bit of a beast.
cool.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
Eugenio, he's obviously he's an Italian player who's done
Yeah.
quite well online on the .it sites and stuff. But I
Oh,
think
cool.
his biggest cash actually he came second. It says here in the WPT Online Weekender 2K earlier this year for just
a
under
big one.
200K. So yeah,
Cool. Yeah, it's fun to see, and I guess with Alan's background, it's cool. It's interesting to see how the heads up pros come out for these little events, these tournaments.
Yeah.
To make the tournament players have no shot.
Yeah, for sure. I was speaking to Nico before going live today because I told him that I'd be in the commentary booth. I was like, dude, looking at the field, I was like, this looks like one of the toughest, if not the toughest WPT event so far. It's like, yeah, everyone was expecting it to be super tough. So yeah, I just don't think it's the type of event where you have the qualifiers that do win tickets through satellites.
Yeah.
And they don't see the heads up format and think, oh, I want to hop into that. They jump into the
Yeah.
6 max and the knockout events.
Well, as you were saying that, Henry, I was actually scanning through the list today, and obviously the 16 players who came back for us, 14 were direct buy-ins, just 2 came through 320 sets.
Yeah.
So kind of goes as you
Exactly.
say,
Yep. Definitely.
But yeah, just go back to your comment about cash games in PLO. I think it really depends on the type of game that you're in, because I love trying to pit close to 50% in live cash.
Wow.
Just because of
That's awesome.
what I would like to think is edge, but there are definitely games where I'm sub 20. So I think it really just depends on the type of game that you're in.
That's cool. It's cool that you can I mean, I guess I could somewhat do that with in no limit cash, but maybe not to such a big difference, right? I feel like it's still hard to get away v-pipping like 50% in no limit hold'em. Yeah. So
it's probably hard to get away with in PLO as well. Just I don't know. The guy that's taught me a lot this year, shout out to Richard Gaylor. I was just like, Henry, listen, man, we want to be pipping like 40-50% of what we can if the game allows it. And
awesome.
Yeah. Wow. Oh boy.
Yeah.
3-bet pot, queen high, very dry board, and I'm assuming Berg is going to lose quite a few chips in this hand.
Yeah. Pressing the call button. Oh, hello.
Wow.
So press the call button a few times.
Wow.
We're definitely pressing the call button 3 times now. Peralta's just, I assume, going to triple this off. As,
it could be so gross for...
It's just cold. Poor Peralta. Yeah, as you say, Henry, up against a beast, but doesn't matter who you're up against. If you just get dealt situations like these, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's 20K into 36K as well.
Now, yeah.
Well, a lucky river, which he doesn't get. Not the driest card, but certainly really an impact on this one. So Eugenio would like to, like he doesn't. He sees Queen 10 as a likely hand. He sees Queen 9 as a potential hand. But there's still enough, aren't there, guys? That he just has to rip this 56.
Yeah, I think so
this
too.
is what you just call a modern day cooler. in heads up
just
NL.
hope he has ace queen. Yeah.
Right.
I was about to say it kind of sucks that we block king queen, right? But so
Yeah.
only one combo
Also,
of king queen suited left. But...
yeah. Yeah, you just have to shove. Unlucky.
Eugenio, just not much you can do there. Henry called it the modern day caller.
Yeah.
Went 3 streets of value and was behind. Alan Berger through to
Jeez.
the semi-finals already. That was
Wow.
quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say unlucky and easy for Alan. Wow. Oh.
I'm sure the 17.5K will help heal the wounds somewhat.
Yeah, right. So back with Artem. Saw him earlier in the round of 16. And he's playing Arno, who's
Plays everything. I feel like he's
yes.
always playing. I've played with him a lot recently.
All right. We'll get some insight. Or you'll get some insight, perhaps. I was going to say, we'll get some insight. You
Yes.
will.
Yeah.
We'll find out what he's been up to.
Yeah.
This is where, Kristen, you're going to see him go absolutely berserk, and you're going to be like, oh, no. Oh, no. What have I folded
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm already thinking, to be honest. Pretty sure I've made some bad folds to him, I'm sure. He's an aggressive player.
Yeah, pretty good.
How is there 21 big? How are there 21 bigs in the middle here?
Yeah, that's
Artem's
what
just
I'm
like.
kind of... Oh.
Artem's just like, well, I opened Jack 5 suited on the button, and well, I emptied the clip.
Yep.
Although on this river, just correctly
decided
introducing
to
that, it's
shut
a
it.
pretty bad river to continue blasting on.
Yeah, definitely.
Man Illusion in the chat saying, does anyone here like pineapple or open face? I am a complete whale at
All right.
pineapple.
All right.
Absolute
That's
whale.
what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
I played a little bit when I was playing live cash games. I got into the app that everyone was playing, and then I realized I'm like, this is so silly. We're all sitting here playing live poker and then playing like this game on our phones, and it's definitely distracting. So I was like, I'll pay attention to poker. You guys multitask.
Yeah, no, when that became the rage. That was just like horrendous. It was so annoying. We just the games I play and we just banned it because
right.
Were
It was
just slowing
insane,
the game
actually.
down.
Yeah.
And like the recreational players were just not getting any conversation going because these people are just playing a game on their app. It was awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is speaking of awful. This is awful for Arno here.
Oh wow. Yeah.
4-spade board. Artem just calls. You know, for the big check raise on the end, one presumes.
Yep.
Yikes.
And we'll see how he reacts with the second nuts, and similar to the spot we were seeing with Yao and Sylvan. Jeez. I feel like on this board though, actually, that Artem, I don't know exactly how you say that. Yeah. He I don't think, like, how many people really, I don't know if this would be more or less bluffs turning versus the board we were seeing with Yao and Sylvan earlier, where Sylvan had folded the king high flush.
It's gone a really small sizing, isn't he? He's taken just 17k more. So, I mean, I guess as Arno, we can even convince ourselves that there's potentially some queen of spades that does this.
Yeah, for this side, maybe. Canceled.
Oh, Henry's thinking it.
I want to see Arno turn his king queen of spades blocker into a bluff here and just rip it down Artem's throat, because that's what we do in PLO.
Two card game, Henry. 2 cards.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, back with Steve O'Dwyer and your boy Nico, and it looks like O'Dwyer's off to a pretty hot start as well. Yeah, Henry.
They must have played a big pot.
there's a game of Pineapple that I play sometimes of open face that I think you'd enjoy. It's the open face PLO hybrid game. Like
Stop it, James. I just said I'm a whale in.
It's good. It's a good game. We play. It's the only time I play now is we play that. You get basically you start the hand with 9 cards instead of 5, and you have to set 4 aside for a PLO flip at the end of the open face hand. PLO flip being worth 15 points and carrying the usual bonuses that the open face hand carries. A lot of fun.
What a sick turn card. 11 bigs in the middle, SPR 3. Middle pair, nut spade blocker. This is another one of those modern day coolers. Interestingly, O'Dwyer actually limped button with the Jack 10 of clubs.
Nico needs a spade. Will he get it? Nope.
It's an interesting river. Some of Steve's semi-bluffs on the turn now have us beat.
All of it.
Nico is not happy.
No.
Right. Listen, I won't needle him too much if he bows out against phenomenal opponents such as Steve O'Dwyer.
Sure.
We won't needle him too much.
Wow.
Well.
All right, Steve O'Dwyer rips it in over the top with 9-6 of diamonds, and Nico's looking good for a quick double up. There we go. Easy game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, back up to 72k.
Yep.
Steve just shy of a 2-1 chip lead.
Interesting shove by Steve.
All right.
Yeah. It's like 25 bigs effective.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Steve O'Dwyer's some stuff that you scratch your head sometimes.
Yeah.
And then you realize, okay, Steve O'Dwyer's doing it, so I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, I assume Nico's still raise folding quite a large amount, so if he's getting, 10 jack suited or something to fold, I think he's probably just trying to take advantage. I don't know how many times Nico had raised the button, but he's understanding that Nico's not really limping very much, so then all of a sudden it probably becomes a lot more profitable. Interesting.
Wow. Pretty grim turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another one, right? Like you look at these spots and you see 4 bigs in the middle and kind of think, oh, well, it's not that relevant. But as you guys mentioned earlier on, these 2 bigs that we now have to. Hey, well, actually, Steve betting pot on the turn. Wow. Close the pot. Adds up.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
There's what 8% of the chips in play in this pot, and all these small pots are actually quite big.
Yep. Oh, and he does find a value bet. Oh, Nico quickly calls.
Nice stuff from Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah.
And back up to that sort of 3-1 lead already, having looking here, 36 bigs deep.
Definitely some high quality play. Even with Nico quickly calling the river, you can see where his head's at thinking, where Steve's river, that's what they consist of. And he does have a lot of bluffs there. And, it's not necessarily a bad thing to call there too, to show that he's willing to call down there in a spot like that. I don't fault him for calling, that's for sure.
Am72 in the chat asking for the buy-in. $3,200 buy-in. And as James mentioned earlier on, we got down to the final, well, the round of 16. Only 2 people left in the field had made it that far through satellites. Everyone else were direct buy-ins. So, I don't know, man. Like, you know, I respect the grind and people wanting to battle against the best in the world, but I'm always about, you know, game selection. I don't know. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I need to start taking on some of the goats.
You're not.
It's hard to say.
You're not a romantic enough, Henry. You don't just, you know. Sometimes you just got to roll it up and go to Vegas. You got Mike McDermott. You got to just take that money to Vegas and see what happens. Take the shot.
I mean, yeah.
But gamble responsibly as well, obviously. You know.
Yes. The one thing that you can see too is like how in just one heads-up match, you know, card distribution is a really, you know, a big thing. So if you're a competent player, even if you're playing a very competent player, you know, over one single game. So if you're thinking of entering a tournament like this and there is people you have an edge over and then maybe there's people you don't, it can still be profitable if, you know, you're the gap between you and the best isn't so big. And
right, and a way of finding out whether you know they are better than you, and a way of closing that gap is to get in the game. So yeah, as Chrissy says, if there are enough players in the game that make it so maybe you're a break even, then or just a small loser, just get in, like roll the dice.
Yeah, and that's how you get better too, and it's also how you improve your confidence for the future. I think that having that mindset in poker where you just think someone is so good and you feel intimidated or you hold yourself back to playing versus them, it's like it's really the biggest setback. I mean, it goes for poker, it goes for anything in life, but you know, just understanding like you're capable or worthy or whatever it might be, and even understanding like, okay, I'm playing, you know, whoever it might be that you know is a very, very good player. I mean, you use that knowledge to your, you know, advantage as the best you can, and you just make the best of the situation. But I think it's such a shame to me when sometimes I think that players do hold themselves back in poker because they think that maybe they lack confidence or believing in themselves or don't want to challenge themselves, I guess, too.
Right.
Because
staying in that comfort zone in anything in life, I guess, can be an attractive option at times.
Exactly. Yes, definitely. But it's those moments of, you know, putting yourself out of the comfort zone that you really improve and get better. And yeah, certainly in poker we see that a lot. You know, the people who don't push themselves to get up there. But I mean, as someone who I feel like I've pushed myself a lot, you know, there's a lot of moments of looking like an idiot and feeling like an idiot, and that happens. But you learn from it and some fun in it too. You just
for sure. Nico tried to give Steve some rope here with the 4 to a straight run out, and Steve just taking the showdown. I that's a really interesting topic that you kind of bring up, and I feel like I've definitely had a very comfortable career where I've always just kind of like stuck to what I know and I've not been the biggest risk taker when it comes to PLO, in the sense that I've just always stuck to games that I know that I'm, you know, doing extremely well in. But if I ever do want to like move up to a point where, you know, they respect my raises more, I don't know, I'm gonna have to start taking on some of the end bosses.
Definitely. And I think for that, it's funny. I think the real approach is addressing the mental game side to it. I really, really strongly believe that that's such a huge component, is really trying to work on why that happens. Like it happened for me every time I tried to move up when I was playing cash games. It's like you have this, I don't know, like, oh, 5-10 is so hard to beat, or 2-4, or whatever it is. Like this limit is so hard to beat. You have that in your head that it's all the best players there and all of this. And it's like when you go in with that mindset, like how are you going to succeed, you know? And then you realize the confidence that you have when you sit down at a game that you feel comfortable in, that you've had success in. And it's like, how can you bring that? Because guaranteed it affects your play and the way that you play. I know it did for me and does for me. And yeah, I just think working on the mental aspect of that is so huge and critical And I think that all of the best players in the world tackle this to some extent if they struggle, and to get over that, because it's just like inevitable that you have to.
James, what are we playing, mate? Set up.
I was gonna say, you're not going to enjoy PLO, but you're not getting in my PLO games, buddy. These are games that you got to work to get in. That's the.
Well, hang on. Like I actually VPIP 50%, unlike you that VPIP's like 5%.
So you fold half the hands pre-flop. You're not welcome in these games. Like simple as that. Like.
Oh man, how do you
So
get
James
away
is
with
playing-
folding like 95%?
I don't know. Just make it look like you're playing all the hands. Just talk a lot.
That's funny.
9-6 versus 9-6, the classic showdown.
What do they say about this? That when two people have the same hand, the better. When the one guy, what is it? There's a quote.
Yeah, it's like just the most aggressive player will win. That's it. Simple.
Yeah. Wow, and it wasn't Yao. Oh no, and Yao's off to a bad start in this match.
He's
down to 25 big blinds. Yep.
Yeah.
Now 20 big blinds. So we'll see if we can we'll see if Yao can make the comeback. So Yorma, he was the one that you were saying is one of the top heads up players?
Oh no, that was Paulie Iris. I don't actually know much about Yorma. All I know is part of the Finnish Armada.
Okay. He looks intimidating in this picture. He looks serious. He's ready to battle.
See, but that was
that
just
picture's
bored.
That picture's from King's Casino, by the way.
It
it
does
is. I recognize the chair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those.
Trying to see if I recognize him.
That's scary.
I do recognize him.
You do?
Yes, I don't know why, but I'm.
Okay. Let's have a look. See if he's played any of the big Hold'em events at King's. You guys might have clashed in.
Yeah.
Were you there for when were you last there? Like October last year, November last year.
Wow, good question. I guess so. Yeah. Actually, I don't even know if I was there last one. Might have been August for the party poker. I forget what it's called there. I'd love to see Yao get a couple double ups and make this exciting. He's such a fun player to watch.
No. It's gonna be tough to. I mean, gonna win the pot, but tough to win anymore on this one. But certainly up against it.
Yorma's got quite the resume. I mean, his first Hendon Mob result back in 07 was an EPT in Prague.
Oh wow!
So, yeah, like that's his first ever recorded cash. So I'm assuming he's just part of the Finnish Armada, as I mentioned, that just gets it quietly online and flicks in the occasional high roller or 10K.
Sure. So he must have a screen name that I would recognize too, but unsure what that is or if that's revealed. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. I'm not sure. I'm curious though if anyone.
Such an online player. Chris is just like, oh, he's probably got an online screen name that I'd recognize.
And also just here desperate to get this information. Like...
Yeah, I mean, if I'm here, I might as well learn something, right, and benefit. Something I'm not very good at in poker that I need to improve on is my player note taking.
We've got Nico in the chat saying I've got the copyright on that one, the Finnish Armada. Nico, I'm in the booth, mate. I claimed it. The fact that you DM'd it to me means nothing.
Oh, is Nico not playing? Is that a spoiler?
No, he's just in the chat,
Or
keeping an eye on what Steve
doing
O'Dwyer's up to.
Both.
That's what we were talking about
That makes sense.
the other week. Yeah, you just, anytime we stream, James and I now know that 90% of the players on our tables that we're streaming are also in the chat watching how everyone else is playing.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy not to.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here's one for you, Chris, in the chat that you might be able to maybe dig into a little bit. JBC saying, I've found transitioning from online to live has not been an easy one. Been a very, very long road from online. Been playing for over 20 years online and crushed, but went to my first live event. Was happy with the results, but finding it hard to transition, which I usually find is the other way around. But I don't know. How was your transition from online to live?
Yeah, well, I actually started playing live poker when I first played, even though it was just, like little underground games or something like that, 1, 2, and 2, 5 cash games, things like that, or little sit and goes for $20. So I guess I don't know if you can ask him more questions, but I'm curious what he finds or what he finds to be a challenge, like if it's maybe there's like a social aspect to it that he's uncomfortable with, in the sense of like he feels exposed, or he feels like a little bit self-conscious of like if people are getting reads off him or something like that, or if it's just like an aspect of it being a little bit more boring. I think that I see that a lot with online players, is that it's just such a different change of pace. And I think that probably just adjusting your mindset to seeing that there's other things to focus on. Oh, and we have the all-in. Yeah, it's tournament life. Oh, looks like he's gonna double.
Looking good for the double up. Needs to fade king or jack on the river. Will he do it?
Don't jinx it, guys.
Yes, he's got it.
Easy one for Zhao, that.
Yeah, runs too good.
So we got a couple of t-shirts that we need for Vieira now. That next live slot for you to bring out, Kristen, is Zhao runs too good, and I forgot what was the other one. Like can't win a pot against Zhao.
Can't beat him. Yeah, and I said I don't want to do that because I don't want to boost his ego that much. His ego is big enough. Not gonna make it higher.
Nico and Steve, we're back with them. O'Dwyer's still holding that over a 3-1 lead.
Yep.
And it pops a gut shot here against the top pair of Nico.
Yeah, this could be interesting because I don't think, Steve's definitely not going to check fold, and I wonder if it might be a combo that he decides to check raise. I'm not sure what I think about that. Oh, and sorry, I thought the positions were reversed. I was going to say, I'm surprised you checked fold.
It's a huge turn for Nico.
Yeah. Yeah, and Steve will just fold, I guess, to that size.
Got some more love in the chat. The Chris and Lisa Pickle saying, hi, Chris, and congratulations on all of your success lately. You're amazing. What will you be playing next?
Thank you. That's sweet. I guess just whatever online series is next. Like I was saying before, kind of taking a couple weeks off. Might play this Sunday, as we were talking about. The 25K 5 mil guarantee. Is that what it is, James?
It is 25K 5 million guaranteed.
Yeah. So it looks like that's going to be the next event, and then hopefully have a spa relaxing week, and then be back on the online streets to battle. As we were saying before, we were all a little bit anxious for live poker to come back, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, unfortunately. So
itching to play.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then what you were saying about someone in the chat talking about the feeling a little bit uncomfortable adjusting from from online to live. Um, it's interesting that people seem to have a preference, and I feel like, yeah, there is a lot of guys who seem to be really comfortable online, and they I tend to think it's usually an aspect of not really enjoying the social element of live poker.
Yeah.
That they, when you're so used to playing poker in a sense of like only looking at betting patterns and you're kind of removing that social aspect, I think it can be quite different, or that you kind of have to approach the game a little bit differently, because there is that level of exploit that you can add in. But if you're not really comfortable or don't really know how to do that, then all of a sudden it becomes a little bit intimidating.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was gonna say Nico's out. He's just
Yikes.
got the
good
river
game.
to rip it in,
Good game, Nico.
and GG's,
Wow.
my man. See
Steve
you
Dwyer
through.
continues to crush through to
Yeah,
the
maybe we'll end up seeing
semifinals.
Steve versus Yao after all, if Yao can make this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Yao's got a bit of work to do himself, but Steve's done his part of the deal, Kristen. He's got through.
Yes, this is true. Now it's on Yao, but I have faith that Yao can do it. Sorry, Yorma.
Nico, I'm gonna needle you about that, and for the rest, well, for at least a year and a half. Just river a ton of showdown value and blast it in.
So we've got Alan through, right? And Steve, is that right? So far?
Yep, Alan had the quick win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan had the cold deck against Eugenia, that's right. And then Steve's through, so
yeah.
Oh, Zhao could be in a bit of trouble here.
Right, and it's Artem and Arno who's still going. Arno is still going as well, right? There we go, yeah. I was just trying to get things set in my mind, guys. 2 matches still taking place. And it's the quarterfinals. It's nice to do something a little different, guys. Streaming a heads-up tournament. Bit of fun. Not something that's easy to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like the heads-up format. It's also, you have the element of it being a little tricky with online, in the sense that, if you're playing a heads-up tournament, how many other tables can you actually play? And I feel like everybody, especially these days, there's so much to play that it's hard to table select. So I'm sure that might be why, some people decided not to play this, because they already have, 6 or 10 other tables going and can't really focus on one tournament.
Right, and so that's why this event got moved. It got moved date-wise a couple of times to yesterday evening for that reason, kind of out of the way of as much stuff as possible, so people could play it without
Interesting.
having to,
exactly. Yeah,
sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say my favorite tournament at the World Series, besides the main event, was always the 10K heads up. I loved it, and I know that when I first played it, what we were going back to what you were saying before, Henry, of like people, being a little bit like intimidated or shy to play in a field. I was just like, I don't care, I want to play this 10K heads up, and a lot of people are like, oh, you're not good enough to play that, or what are you doing? And I don't know, I just can't listen to that noise personally, and it's too much fun.
You've done a pretty good job of silencing anyone with any doubt in your poker competence and capabilities. So, touche.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you. But yeah, it was fun.
I don't want to go into this subject too much, but whenever someone like tells me something like that, oh, Henry, I wouldn't play that event, like, you don't think you're good enough and whatnot. It's like, well, hang on, how well do you really know my game? Like what have you? See, I don't know. Maybe
Absolutely.
I'm just.
Yeah, and it's always people like that who don't really know your game, and it's often people who actually just think that about themselves, and they're projecting that on video too. Right? It's like, I don't feel like I'm good enough to play, so how are you possibly good enough to play in that? I think that.
Wow. All right. Jorma comes out with a limp jam over Zhao's raise from the big blind, not such a shallow stack. Love it.
Yeah.
We got a bit of feedback from JBC talking about the online to live transition, saying, I found playing live there was just too much interaction and people trying to talk to you, making comments about your play. or playing games like calling security for absurd reasons. Okay, I've never had that happen to me,
Wow.
but
Hang on
so I
a
was
second.
like,
Hang on. Well, first of all, hang on a second. Look at this pot. Look at this flop because Zhao is about to double up. But
Wow.
the double up is nowhere near as interesting as. Hang on a second. People were calling security for no reason. No one gets security calling for no reason. There's a story here. Like we're hearing one side of the story. I think that's what's. JP, did you get barred from this casino, and that's why you don't enjoy playing live anymore? I mean, there's something here. It doesn't add up.
Something doesn't. That's right. I've never got security called on me. I don't think. Maybe I have. Oh, and yeah, I was gonna get his double up. Maybe.
things you love to see when you get in on the turn and your opponent has the good old fashioned 0% next to their name.
Yeah.
There's not many
Yep.
better feelings than that,
You got
especially
one
in
pair-
PLO
one pair.
when it's tough.
You
Yeah.
got one.
It-
pair. Yeah, one. pair.
In PLO, it's rarer as well. When it happens, it's a very sweet feeling when you see your opponent just get in absolutely dead.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the best. But going back to what that guy said, I think that you definitely, it's a skill to ignore the, I don't know, I'll just say the riff rat chat of live poker, and especially if you're playing lower stakes, I think it can be a little bit, I don't know, poker players can just be, annoying. Let's just be honest.
It's true.
And yeah, but I don't know. To me, there's something funny in that, and I kind of enjoy it in some strange way. The stupid
Oh, yeah.
bickering that happens. You always have someone at the table who's like the captain of the table, and telling people what they've done wrong. You didn't put your ante in, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do that, and it's like, I don't know, just kind of enjoy the experience of it. And he can always just put on headphones and ignore people, but
if
I
anyone
tend to-
reminds me to put my blind in or my big blind ante in, I'm like, sorry, do you work here? Do you work for the casino? Like, come on, man, I'm not gonna forget. But yeah, you do. You have so many different live poker player profiles, don't you? It's quite hilarious.
Yeah. When I first started playing poker, I think especially if you sit down at the table as a girl, you get a lot of guys wanting you to explain to you the rules of poker. So that was fun to experience that.
Wow.
And telling you, yeah, like you can't bet like this, you can't do this, or I don't know. It's just funny.
I would just be really polite and just say, hey, go to Hendon Mob quickly, and just type my name in. That's if someone doesn't recognize you now, I'm sure. But most of the games you play in, obviously, everyone knows you in the circuit.
Maybe. I mean, I really had a fun time kind of playing into that. I would often pretend that I didn't know how to play poker.
Oh, brilliant!
And I had a lot of fun with that personally. I was like, I'm not really sure what's going on, or that was fun.
You just get to showdown. Like, is this a good hand? Got a full house? Is that a good hand?
Exactly. Yeah. Or one of my favorite memories is I think I like 5-bet bluffed some guy. I'm trying to think exactly how the hand played out. But he was like, "Oh, you had ace." He shows me kings. He folded kings pre-flop, and I had like ace-7 off or something. And then I was like, "Oh wow, you pulled kings." And he's like, "Yeah, you had aces. Like, show them whatever. I'm certain you had aces." And I'm like, and got to show him like ace-7 offsuit. It was pretty fun.
Kristen, I'm sorry, but ace 7-0 is a terrible 5-bet bluff candidate. How dare you?
I know. You're right.
Not if you make them fold kings. It's fantastic.
Right? Exactly.
I'm only teasing. I'm only teasing.
I had, the girl image live. I must have been playing so tight all day. I waited, all day for that.
I was
spot to get some guy to
waiting
fold
for that ace-7 offsuit. Any minute now. Speaking of any minute now,
Well,
any minute now we're about to see a big pot here, I think.
I think so too. We'll see if I don't know how you say his first name actually, but is
Arno?
it
Arno and
How'd you say
Artem.
it? Okay.
Arno.
Arnold is what I don't know how you say that, but
Arno. Just like A-R-N-O.
Arno. Okay.
Or O-U-R-N-O. Arno.
boy.
Yeah, he does decide to play it
Anyway.
aggressively. All right. He needs a club.
Wow,
Or 3 or an
that's a
8.
few more outs.
Uh,
No.
No
Nope.
dice.
Artem,
wow, another match. True.
third player to book his place in the semi-finals.
So that just leaves
So now we have
Steve
one more
O'Dwyer
match
and Nico, I believe. What does it?
Oh yeah,
No.
no, that
yeah.
Steve
Oh.
won that one. It's Drama and Zhao, yeah.
Sorry, Nico. Sorry if you're in the chat,
Wow,
mate.
he's
I
giving his
forgot.
buddy
I
Nico
forgot that you got eliminated.
Wow, that's cold.
Hey, come on, man. It's part. It comes with the territory.
That is cold. Who needs friends, eh? I mean, who needs enemies? There we go.
I would needle my mum if she was playing on stream. There's no one safe. How deep are we? 23 bigs. Zhao just calls. I can see Jorma doubling him up here, you know.
Yeah, potentially.
SPR less than 1.
Mm,
Okay, maybe not that river.
that's a nonsense river. For,
Yeah.
point of
It's
view.
probably just gonna. Both players are gonna put the brakes on with that one. I think. No need for him to try bluffing. All right, so he's back up to a little unclear. 30 difference.
Yeah, back to about 2 to 1 down. Yeah, these three waiting to join Steve, Artem, and Alan in the final 4. Who will it be? Can Zhao turn it around or Jorma close the mountain? I guess all these kind of boards here. You see this king high flush draw against the bear ace. There's lots of potentials. I see when I mention the bear ace, Henry's face just lights up all the time. He
Always, man.
The
I don't
PLO
know.
talk.
Yeah, I feel like I should have. I should probably be bust though, but someone's looking over me. I don't know. Just like start blasting on flop of this. Got so many great turn cards we can continue to barrel on. Like, come on. Got a 6 as well. You know, 5 rolls off. We're in.
Wow, I love this Jorma. Check raising turn. The flush draw.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Big raise as well. Takes it from 2.2 up to 11.
Tricky. I like it.
And Zhao finding 2 8s. Jorma popping it up. Zhao gonna try and 3-bet induce, but
Yeah.
not gonna get any love.
Someone on Star say, I'm so proud of you, Henry. You went from talking to me and 200 viewers to talking with Kristen Bicknell. What a life upswing.
Oh,
Thank you, pal. Thank you.
stop. Stop it. That's
what
nonsense.
backhanded compliment. Thank you very much.
No, that's silly.
Six of diamonds, please, dealer.
Yeah, that's no fun for you. Yeah. Now, I feel much better, James, that you said you had such a hard time saying that name. Now I've just given up, but
Yeah, I
sadly
remember.
have to butcher it every time.
Where was it? Where was I butchering it? It was at a million stop a couple of years ago, and it was when Marinella was working with us, and she just kept laughing at how I was trying to say it, and she literally just filmed me for about an hour trying to get it right. And
That's
man.
hilarious.
It was
That's
it was at
Barcelona.
Kings, I think. It was at Kings or something. Yeah, Barcelona maybe. Yeah.
Oh, I think it was Barcelona because I remember her being there, and I remember you doing commentary there. I actually
Yeah.
was just watching something over where Mike Sexton was in the booth with you. I don't know if you
Oh
remember
wow.
that,
Yeah.
but he was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was like the
you were on the
25K. It was one of the
25K. You and Alex were on the same table, and there was some funny hands.
yes, and Mike's comments were hilarious. They're so
Yeah.
funny, and I was just listening to them back the other day. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
That was funny.
that was a funny fight. I remember, like,
Wasn't that
I
the sevens against Ace Deuce hand where you guys were commentating on that, and Alex tried
that was
bluffing you or something on the river, and you
that
just
was
like
recently.
snapped him
That
off?
was in January, I think, actually. Or no, or he rivered trips on me, I think. That was at Dusk Till Dawn, where we had a bunch of hands we played together there. But this was we had just started dating, and yeah, ended up being on the final table of this 25K together, and Mike was berating Alex for trying to get my tip, which he did.
My favorite thing on that final was like the first time you guys got involved in a pot, basically, and Alex just gave you his legendary like stare down, and then I think you just started laughing in his face, like you just couldn't take it. Like,
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Giles heroed it off.
Yikes!
Okay, meow.
Giles
Yeah, I
heroed it
remember
off.
that. That was funny.
Wow! All right,
All right.
Yorma.
Wow, that was a quick round.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't hang around sometimes.
Semi-finals time.
A seat. Yeah, it is semi-finals time. And confirmation there. Those four picking up 17,500 for making it to the quarterfinals. But 40K is what's locked up now. Reach the final, guarantees 75, and the winner walks away with a cool 135K.
At Party Poker, we put players first because we are players first. Can't love poker if you're not into poker. You gotta be into it. You see my dog right here? My dog's name is Royal. See my cat? My cat's name is Flush. Look at all of my furnishings. Get a good look at it, huh? That's how into poker we are. That's why we got you. Love poker? Join Party. You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum.
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous. And I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. With people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players. And we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in a ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
And we are back, semi-final stage of the Heads Up Championship. And it's Artem versus Jorma in one side of the draw. Steve versus Alan on the other. Guys, let's get in the business end.
Back to business,
Yeah,
indeed.
it's gonna be
Semi-finals. Let's go. Are we having some prop bets in the booth? Are we all picking a name on who's gonna win this?
Your level of gamble is just too high, Henry. You're out of control.
Spending too much time with you, James.
Yeah.
I'm going to still go with the Canadian guy. I'll go with Alan.
All right.
I'm going to stick with him. Even though, actually, yeah. I was going to say Alan or Steven. Those are my picks, but I can only pick one. What about you guys?
You mentioned that Artem's been playing everything and running deep and playing well. I don't know. Maybe after. Mind you, it is Steve O'Dwyer though.
Steve O'Dwyer, man. I never see him lose a pot. I don't really understand how he doesn't win more than he does. He's already won 30 million. I'm thinking, wow, he should win more.
I'll never forget the tweet that Steve put out when Ike won the super high roller bowl, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's so good to see Ike, win one of these. He's had so many close scores." And then Steve just comes out and goes, "Hey, don't worry, guys. Ike's been winning like more money than all of us because he basically buys action from everyone in these like 25Ks and 100Ks. So don't worry. You don't need to sympathize with him. He's got all the money."
This is true.
It was great having Ike in here yesterday. We were commentating on the farm table, the main event, of course. You guys can watch that back if you so wish. There was some good Ike knowledge dropped on stream. The guy knows his
Awesome.
stuff.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch that back.
Wow, Alan. Just putting Steve to the test firsthand, was this not?
Sauce.
Oh.
Yeah,
Very
here we go.
saucy.
I'm not sure if I'm showing up blurry for you guys, but it seems like I'm actually having some internet connection issues. And I'm probably going to be kicked out of a hotel room soon, so I'm going to have to say goodbye.
Yeah, no, I know we have
Okay.
to lose you, Kristen, but
Unfortunately.
it's been great having you with us. Thanks for stopping by, and well, enjoy the rest of
Thank
that
you.
holiday.
I'm happy. Thank you. I will. Hopefully, well, yeah, I'm sure you'll be seeing me on Party Poker a little bit, but I'll try. But thank you for having me on. That was fun, and I'm
Thank you so
excited to
much.
see who ends up taking this down.
All right, we'll see you later.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Okay, have fun. Take care. Bye.
That was a ton of fun, James.
It was Chrissy B in the booth, but I love that on holiday. But we're still gonna play some poker, you know.
Yeah. I mean, no, it's always nice getting someone with so much experience and knowledge in the booth, and just comes in and has just a really chilled, nice conversation with us. It can be intimidating, at least for me, when you have players such as Kristen join. But no, it was a really enjoyable couple of hours.
Yeah, and we're gonna have
hopefully
see
we
Kristen
don't
on Tuesday.
I was about to say the opposite. I was going to say hopefully she just enjoys her vacation, and doesn't grind too much. But I know the feeling. So
She's doing a reg on the Sunday. We needed to be on day 2 on the Monday, and then we'll pick her up on the final table on Tuesday in that 5 million guaranteed 25k event. 5.
Right, you called it. Wow, what a flop! This could be over lightning fast.
Yeah. Autumn catches that straight. I think it will be. Well, certainly the high end at least. Wow, here comes the raise.
Cool. Jack of Hearts on the turn, 22 bigs in the middle already.
Full
pot size
smash.
bet.
Yeah.
Good old-fashioned equity denial.
It's the equity denial. Let's hope they've got something. It's just try and win it instantly.
So, James, what are we doing?
What are we doing? Why are you always looking for action?
All right, fine. You don't want to bet. That's fine. Although I will tell you this, and I haven't revealed this to you before.
Oh.
I'm a very naturally talented golf player. So
we'll see.
No, I'm joking. I'm absolutely shy. But I do feel
It'll be the greatest long con if I just spoke golf to you for about 2 months and then you just rocked up and actually were like sick at golf.
Yeah, that would be quite shocking, wouldn't it? After all the speech that you've given it, and I just come in, I'm like, yeah, my handicap's like 28. I don't know what the ethics involved about lying about handicaps.
It's not approved. It's
not
approved. But I get away with it. I get away with it regularly, so we're okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. My handicap's like 28, mate.
All right.
Chat might be a scratch golfer.
I'll do 28. You can come play. All right. Artem's going to play. Jack 9, pardon me. Yorma, Ace, Deuce. These two. But a short evening so far. We got down here pretty quickly, Henry. Down to the semi-finals.
We did. Yeah. What we like 3 hours into the stream? Not even. Yeah, 3 hours.
Even, yeah. Just shy.
3 hours into the stream. So, what do you reckon? Like another. Well, not mind you, we had an hour-long match already. So depending on,
I mean, it's just so hard to
going on
predict.
for another hour. It is. It could literally be over in 20 minutes, right? We could be through to the finals and then just have one massive cooler and it's GG's.
Yeah, and especially if we look at the players in here. So we've seen him take a lot of like big pot lines, right? And we got Steve O'Dwyer on the other side of the matchups, who also likes to make pots big. It seems so. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's quick. But at the same time, we had an hour-long match before, so we can have another one, and then you never know.
Yeah. Wow. Artem's bluff getting picked off. Yorma slap calling with the ace-9.
Speaking of Mr. O'Dwyer up against it here, Alan Berger has the slender lead. See, up against it. Up against Alan Berger is more the point that makes you up against it, right?
Yeah.
You tell me this guy's the man.
As far as I know, this guy is one of the men. I might be getting his name confused with someone else, but as far as I'm aware, in the online world, there's a beast behind this name.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, that my notes here just say, Canadian 58K in live earnings, which obviously isn't a lot when you're playing 3Ks, and just direct buy. That's it. Just no information. In fact, I'm looking at the. I'm looking at his Hender Mob now, and kind of there's a few caches in the World Series online as well as live. So, just it adds up. This is just one of those under the radar. Like I wouldn't know them because I'm not in that world thing, but those who do would say that. So I think you're probably thinking of the right person if you do know Alan Berger. But Bash is aware the heads up.
It's one of those things, right? That as commentators, we get we get information, so that we can obviously give people like player profiles and whatnot. And I remember quickly learning to not go off someone's Hendon Mob that quickly, because I used to like be in the commentary booth and I'd do my research and I'd look at Hendon Mobs, and then people would like come into chat like, Henry, you do know who that is online? And there's just so many people that just win the lot online, and they're just they don't find online live poker appealing. And I used to look at like a 50K Hendon Mob and just be like, oh, okay, this guy, plays a bit, nothing special. And then you find out he's got 4 million in like online earnings, or he's like a high stakes cash game end boss.
I think the clue is always look at if you can see someone's like quite the way they play, they're decent. Then you look at the Hendon Mob and you just don't look at what they're cash for, but look at the tournaments they're playing in. Like, is it 10K high rollers, or is it just loads of results in 1K? There's a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Manaluch is saying, what does a handicap in golf mean? I'll let James answer that one for you.
Oh, no. We've had enough. We had enough golf chat. It's poker hour now, guys. It's poker hour. There's semi-finals. Handicap is just you just give them some shots back from the golf course. It's nice like that, Make sure everyone can play together.
I wonder if there'll ever be a day where you just get an email and it's like, James, can you stop talking about golf on poker streams, please? I don't think it'll ever happen.
Well, you think you got Neil Barrett's in the mix, Matt Savage is in the mix.
Exactly. This
pretty
is
safe.
what I'm saying.
Pretty safe. It's more like Henry. You're gonna get booted if you don't start talking about golf, I think.
Whoa! Hang on. All right. I just listen. Whenever I'm around Neil, just speak highly of the Spurs, up the Tottenham, and you're safe for another year.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Has Bale joined yet? Come on, chat. Let me know. Has Bale flown in yet? Oh, he's flying in tomorrow. Okay. Spurs fans are having a good time of it. Brighton were playing tonight, Henry. Not that I really paid attention because it was some Mickey Mouse Cup, but they won 4-0, so that's all good.
It was some what? Mickey Mouse Cup?
Yeah, it's like the Carabao Cup. It's like it's the worst tournament they're in. It's like you're grinding a 1K, you're grinding a 500, and you've got the 22 gun on the side, and you top up in the 22. You're loving it because you're playing the 22. Of course, you want to win, but it's not really going to change things.
Yeah, you just win all the flips in the 22, and then you just like get 2
Yeah.
out in the 1K. You look at the clock, it's 2 a.m. You've only got the 22 left. It's like, oh, what could have been? Yeah, been
Burger
there,
flopping.
done that.
Pair and flush draw. Dwyer. Deuce is not looking too hot on this board.
In too deep, LA. So what's up, Henry and James? Not much, my man. Down to the semi-finals of the WPT Heads Up Championships, and well, we've been spoilt for big names when we first went live, the final round of 16. And well, hello, Steve O'Dwyer.
Steve O'Dwyer's
How
been
do you
spoiled
do it?
for rivers here. Burger's going to slide out a bet with that 10.
How does he do it? Getting old, James. Backaches.
Full Poker asking, how did Rob Young get on this event? That is a good question. Let me tell you.
Burger with the interesting decision here. The 4 of diamonds, well, 4 blocker in his hand does make the call. Steve O'Dwyer regains the chip lead. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yikes. This is it. This is what happens in heads up. You just get cold.
Yeah. This is what you were saying. I mean, on a deuce 3 board, could be seeing Burger hitting the rail. Well,
the action killer.
Okay.
Good news for Burger. Yeah, Rob Young busted out in the first round, it looks like. So not so good.
Jeez.
Give a shout
hollow turn.
Ooh, that is a nice turn.
Mandatory pill from Steve, I assume.
I'd say so, yeah. Obviously, you obviously want to get some Queen 10, Queen 9, but there's enough out.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Wow, good game, Alan.
What?
Good game.
What?
That is
I was
ludicrous.
literally about to say, if the Queen of Spades rolls off, it would be disgusting. I bit my tongue, and
the Queen of Spades is the only way this goes in on the end. It's the one out. I've had to find an 8 on the turn and the Queen of Spades on the river for this to happen, guys. This is it. It's just brutal. And Alan just goes for the overbet rip, huge, gets snapped, and will be sickened to see its 2 queens. Steve O'Dwyer.
That is
Henry is through to the final.
That is the sickest hand of the tournament so far. What a sick run out for Alan Burger. I mean, GG's. 40k in his back pocket, but talk about a cooler deep in a WPT event.
Yeah, now it's
that was sick.
Artem and Jorma battling it out for that final spot in the final. There we go. Artem.
That's disgusting.
Dog here. It is disgusting. It is very disgusting. He does leave though with $40,000, which makes it a little less disgusting. Steve O'Dwyer now guaranteed 75k for reaching the final. In the final, they'll be playing a pure match for 60k. The pay jumps in heads up, Henry. They're a little bit more severe than in regular tournaments.
Yeah. Little 60k heads up match.
It's like old school, We used to just double it from second to first. I see Full Poker saying that Rob Young had promised to donate any winnings to charity from this event. Hence the question. What a shame. Whoever knocked out Rob Young, I hope you can sleep well. and up. Jack 6 Artem defends with the 2-8s. The 2-8s just got Alan in trouble.
One outer and 2 outer.
Yeah. It's brutal.
Well, definitely going to be on the highlight reel, that hand.
It's just the fact that Alan as well, Henry, just went for the overbet jam. Like, just the...
Well, it's such a great hand to do it with as well.
Right.
Unblocking all of the 2-pair combos and, you know, the ace kings with straight blockers, the ace 10s and whatnot. It's just such a dreamy hand to smash the old overbet jam button with, and just runs into, runs into it. Pretty sickening stuff. But hey, you guys out there, you know, as poker players, it's what we sign up for. Especially tournament poker. I mean, very cruel mistress. Man, this headset hurts. Clearly got a big head. Need to buy a bigger headset. You know, like we're covering this heads up match and this heads up event, and in like the 8 max games, in the 6 max games, you know, it's pretty safe to assume that okay, in this hand, you know, chips aren't going to go flying in. The heads up, I don't know, like there's almost every hand that I've seen so far, I'm like, well, this could actually end up, you know, all the money getting in the middle somehow compared to 6-bet, just because of how wide the ranges are, and you know,
right,
how we have to adjust and call lighter and whatnot. Jorma just taking his showdown with the 10s.
Yeah, and Jorma out in a big way. Nearly a 3-1 lead for him. And, well, I'm going to go the other way as Artem 4-bet rips it in.
This is what the blinds?
That's
okay,
like 40
right.
bigs. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. In too deep, just thanking his other half for dinner and then quickly typing in the chat, sorry, wrong chat. All right, dude. Yeah, nice flex. Nice flex. Congratulations on the other half.
Where's my dinner, Henry?
I don't know, mate. I've got a banging carbonara waiting for me.
You do like a good carbonara, don't you?
I do love a carbonara. Yeah, it's definitely up there on my my pasta list. Snap call from Jorma. Seems to be in cruise control at the moment. Over 2-1 chip lead.
Thing is, it's all well and good. You don't want to win, but you look over. Oh, who's the end boss? Oh, it's Steve O'Dwyer. Okay, I like it. Yeah, you're gonna take your chances. But...
70k though, you know.
Yeah, no. See, huge difference. I mean, it's 40k for coming, you know, third or fourth, then 135k for winning. So, yeah, there's just so much at stake at the end of these heads-up tournaments. Ego broke, taking it to a new level in the chat. I like it.
All right, we found bottom 5% of range to fold button with.
Henry, 25k, 5 milli guaranteed.
Oof.
Crazy stuff.
Seeds. Can you imagine the lineup in that as well? That's gonna be such a sick build.
I just fired up to see how the 265 satellite was going on. through to the final stage, and you know Dmitry Ivanovic is chip leader in the satellite, heading. How many seats are there in this? 5 25k seats. Wow.
There's 5 25k seats. What's the buy-in? 5k.
$265, my man.
What? Sorry, excuse me.
Yep, you heard me. You weren't here last night. You wouldn't know, but the the satellite's $265. Obviously, lots of flights, as it were, to get through to the second stage of the satellite. But you can't buy in at the final stage. You've got to get in from 265, and there are 5 seats in there.
Ridiculous. Man, what an ROI! Imagine spinning that up. What?
Pretty ludicrous.
For 265, play at 25k. It just doesn't. See, this is what we were talking about earlier with Kristen. This just doesn't happen live.
Right.
Wow. What a story that would be as well. In from a 265. Say, especially if it's someone like that doesn't play 25Ks, because there's going to be people that win seats from the 265s, right? That you probably safely assume would have sold action and played anyway.
Right.
But if it's just someone that's just like, you know, flicking
Never
it in, dreams of
yeah.
Vegas and the Mirage, and then ends up going on an absolute spin.
Yeah, never played the 25k before and then ends up thinking it or something. That's what we're after.
Yeah. Because I assume, like, I think it's pretty safe to assume that if you're going to register 25k anyway and sell action, the people that are doing that are probably going to fire infinite 265 satis anyway.
Yeah.
Right, or like at least 10 or whatever, like $2,600 worth.
Artem here with top 2 on the flop. Jorma firing off on the turn. Just goes big sizing, but Artem comes out with a check raise. Which I mean, understandable against that sizing, right, Henry? We want a bit of protection. We unblock the queen.
Unblock diamonds as well. Yeah, pretty nice turn card for Jorma to keep blasting on. Obviously, Queen of Diamonds hitting his range more so than Artem's defending range. Yeah. Maybe a bit, well, sad that he didn't just let Jorma keep firing. But as you mentioned, you know, it's going to be certain runouts that we get a bit panicky on. Ooh. Hello.
That is
hello, second nuts.
Yeah, that is a good card.
Oh wow. Talk about timing.
Ooh. Jorma, what are you doing?
Give him the rope, Artem.
Yeah.
So it's a weird one, right? Like, it's like, oh well, what if I give him the rope and then a scary river rolls off and I lose my customer?
There's still a lot of hands we can bluff with here, right? Like potential bluffs. Obviously, lots of draws on this board.
Yeah, there's a lot, like you said. Yeah, there's a lot of rivers as well that we're not going to be able to get. So, like, say Jorma has like 2 pair here or something, and then rivers like 7 of diamonds or a diamond or an 8. That's just cool. A queen, offsuits queen would be a disaster for Jorma. Then it's the 4 of hearts. $33 bigs in the middle.
I mean, I'm not surprised, Henry. I feel like you've got to follow up on this river, right? You're thinking that, a 7 or an 8 or diamonds or stuff is more deadly than this 4. I say you got to carry on. You don't have to carry on, but Jorma's going to carry on that river card.
Yeah, I don't know. I confirmation bias maybe. My end feels like a
you just giving up.
We don't really. Well, it just feels like a hand we don't necessarily have to turn into into a bluff, really.
Oh right, yeah, I was. You know, once
on the turn.
once we've crossed that bridge, Henry, we
Yeah. Once we've buckled ourselves in and we're we've started blasting, then yeah, I guess we're obviously bottom of our range on the river. Try and get at least some one pair hands to fold.
It's swung basically completely around. It's now Artem with a 3-1 lead on Jorma when we rejoined the last. It's the other way around. So it's the heads up. Swings so fast, especially with the styles we're seeing at play here. Jorma's just been hyper aggressive in the earlier rounds, and again, like just taking every spot going and creating some spots, Henry, that aren't necessarily Kilbane approved.
It's the thing, right? When you take spots, sometimes you dig yourself in a hole. But listen, he's in the semi-finals of arguably one of the toughest WPT online fields so far this series. And we've already seen his live resume as well. He's been around the block, maybe more so than Jenny, over the last decade and a half. So
hang on a second. How old were you when that song came out? What's a thought?
6?
No.
7?
Wow.
Maybe less.
Have a look. 2002.
Jenny
that
from the block.
released.
Okay, so that's 8, 7, 8.
Artem, useful flop. Doesn't win anymore.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Jorma start implementing a limping strategy now of 30 bigs. I mean, Artem's obviously not going to take his foot off the gas anytime soon. Once he's got this lead, going to try and chip away. Jorma does open. Maybe 30 bigs is a tad too deep to start limping. Artem with the check call with queen high. And a bit cheeky.
Well, it's a it's a good thing that nothing materialized on the turn because this is drawing nearly dead. Come on, Jorma, get something going. Oh well, here we go.
Ooh. Assuming
Couple
he
of
rips
hands.
here. Rip fold. Oh, it's 3-bet. Wow. That spices things up. SPR2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good flop for Jorma in this situation, but the flop won't look too attractive. Artem's going to continue with a lot of hands that connect with an 8-10 flop. Wow, he just folds for 13k. Nice play, Artem. But there we go, exactly that. I mean, there aren't that many hands that completely missed this 10-8 deuce, are there? You thinking? Yeah.
I mean, I kind of disagree.
Really?
But it's about the fact that just checked and you give an opponent as competent as Artem. He doesn't need a second excuse, right? He doesn't need another invitation to start barreling. So, and he had a pretty good hand combo to do with King Jack. Continue barreling on a 9.
Artem now check raises this 3-3-8 flop, and Jorma sticks around with the Jack 4. No pair, no draw.
Some street poker being played here, James.
I was about to say, Henry, you love your quote-unquote street poker. You love it. This is it, surely. It's why we got a smile on your face.
Yeah, it's pretty side for Artem as well, blocking some ace highs for Jorma, but wow. Now beating all other 3x hands. 1 foot through the door to the final, James. Yeah. 107 bigs, plays 17.
Steve O'Dwyer awaiting the winner of this one. Made very quick work his match against Alan Berger.
I wonder if Artem now starts limping range. Jorma's sub 20. Curious to see. I mean, obviously it could all be over within, a couple of hands. I won't get to see much, but I assume he starts limping range. I still can't get over that Queen of Spades river. It's just so disgusting.
Yeah, that was one of the most absurd runouts I've seen in a while. Jorma, Newton, under it here. Henry, very short. Does get to the jam. This one over the top of the King 5 of Artem.
MDN said, is Steve still in? He is indeed. He's in the finals awaiting the winner of this semi-finals match.
He's literally, if you look at the screen, you see just off to the right there's an armchair that he's just sitting in, chilling, watching this match. Well,
James, this could be it.
Yeah.
15 bigs. Wow, he gets check raise. He's like, no.
Yeah, but yeah, Steve O'Dwyer's literally waiting just off camera on his armchair.
He is
watching these two like tire themselves out.
So imagine him just like sat there with a glass of whiskey and a cigar. He's like, come on, boys, I haven't got all night. Reminds me of those poker after dark days. Is it Sammy Farah? Am I pronouncing that right? Sammy Farah. Oh man, what a legend! What a legend that guy! Just just like smoking and bundles of money in front of him, just like, oh man, what a beast! This could be. This is going in, by the way. This is going in. No, it's not. How deep is it? Okay, so I don't know. It's pretty close.
Yeah, he beat me once heads up for a bracelet.
Oh, sorry.
Sammy Farha.
Was that in the
Beast?
I want to say the 20. Was it 25k they beat you up heads up in?
10k.
10k.
Yeah.
Kilo high low. I remember the hand history actually. I remember you said it was pretty grim hand history.
That was actually his. I have a look now. It was 4 cashes ago for him. He's kind of like dropped off the radar a little bit. But yeah, I mean that's it, man. He was just the guy just chilling in there, the unlit cigarette, the shirt with the cuffs undone, and the collar wide open with a big collar and a big grin.
Yeah, I remember Nick Shulman put a tweet out recently about him. Let me find it. There's a pretty goat tweet from Nick. Just have yet to see someone pull off the might be head of an international crime organization shit quite like this man. 1 to 10, stone cold animal rating 72,356. He's such a gangster, that man. What a beast.
Yeah. Sammy Farha.
So what you so you let him win the bracelet and he retired?
Yeah, I mean, once you've beaten the best, you may as well just quit, right? That's what happened to him. He's like, well, I can't do any better. He's I think I'm right in saying he beat Phil Ivey heads up in the same event. And then, that was one thing. He thought, well, I haven't quite reached the pinnacle. So he thought, I've got to try and beat James Dempsey in that event. And then I'm good to quit.
Oh,
True
man.
story. True story.
Chat, have you heard this guy? Hasn't played a hand of poker since March.
I'm having a look.
Another
Sure.
a modern day caller for Jorma there.
Yeah. When he beat for live, it was a
pair against
5K.
Topper.
But he did win the same event twice. As well, of course, more famously, of course, coming second in the main event to Chris Moneymaker. That was that's the one.
Yeah. Oh, GG's Jorma. GG's, my man. You're going to need some help from the deck.
Yikes. Jorma Newtonen looking for a 4 or a deuce 5 run out.
Steve O'Dwyer waiting for this river card. Oh, wow.
Wow. Did not think that was
not over yet, boys and girls. It's not over yet. What time to find the 3 outer?
Yeah. I mean, Henry, he's not out of the woods. He's got a long way to go still, over 5-1 down, but stage 1 of the recovery.
Heads up is so sick.
Steve O'Dwyer was just getting out of his seat. He's going, come on then. Get the show. Oh, God's sake, guys. Right, back in the chair I go. Bring me some more whiskey.
See some people in the chat. Oh, I say some people in the chat. Giuliano, our mod. And you guys know our next event, Sunday 20th. WPT number 10 Turbo World Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Turbo events always are. I mean, it's a turbo event in the modern sense of the word, not in the way maybe we might be used to in the past. It's just a long one dayer. But it's a turbo in a live sense. You're popping it up, right? No.
Lip button and Artem checking his option.
There was some money winning on the flop, but I'm trying to work out where from. All right.
Supernova saying in your face, Henry. No idea what you're talking about. Supernova, what's in my face?
Well, you're giving Giuliano some love, but no for Supernova. I mean, what's that about?
I don't think that was it. I think you're taking it completely out of context. You sound like my ex-girlfriend. It's always. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Stop it, James.
What have I done?
I don't know. I'm asking Supernova what I've done. Say in your face. What did I do this time? I mean, I know normally when there's an issue with the stream, it is 90% of the time my fault.
It's Henry related often, yeah.
Yeah. But this time I feel like, I don't know, we've been really well behaved today.
Have we?
We have.
All right, we have. We've been good today.
I think it is the Bicknell effect. Yeah, right. Let's behave.
I think I have no more room for rambunctiousness after last night and just causing all sorts of trouble on the stream myself.
James pulling the fancy words out of his lexicon. All right, someone read the dictionary once.
I just heard it somewhere else. I just thought repeat it. Sounds good.
Well, fair play to you for using it correctly in a sentence.
You're my check raising second pair there. All right.
Fullpoke saying, what happens in the final if both players run like O'Dwyer? Penalty shootout.
Yeah, probably. We'll just give the money to the commentators, I think, is usually what you do in those spots.
Yes, please. We need to set up a.
Man, there was
what is
wild
it?
penalty shootout. When was it? Yeah, last night, the night before. I know, Henry, you're not a football guy, but a couple of nights ago, I think Bournemouth and Palace got to penalty shootout, and basically the first 10 players all scored their penalties. And so it came to the goalkeepers to take penalties against each other. And the first one scored, and the second one just blazed it over the bar.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, wild stuff. Goalkeepers taking penalties. I want to see more of that.
I don't know, man. I feel like both of us being born in England, penalty shootouts in football is trauma. My childhood. Not that I don't follow football anymore, but I remember as a kid, my father just crying on a few occasions. My dad, it's just a game. Son, you have no idea. Oh, hello.
Yeah, this is going in. Yorma with the 3-bet rip. Alton with the call. And Yorma, okay, we're in much better shape this time. Flipping the chance to get back to 60k. But we're going to struggle after that flop. King, Queen, 10. Alton pairing up.
I was about to say spade for a sweat.
Yeah. When you're rooting for the
Two
back
outs
door.
once.
Chops. Yorma Newton out in the semi-final stage, picking up 40k. But Artem is now the man who's going to try and take down Steve O'Dwyer in our final. There you go. Confirmation. Yorma and Alan picking up that 40k. Those are the guys, Zhao, Arno, Nico, and Eugenio, who won one round earlier. Picked up 17.5. But when we come back from this break, it will be the final of our Heads Up Championship right here on Party Poker.
At Party Poker, we put players first because we are players first. Can't love poker if you're not into poker. You gotta be into it. You see my dog right here? My dog's name is Royal. See my cat? My cat's name is Flush. Look at all of my furnishings. Get a good look at it, huh? That's how into poker we are. That's why we got you. Love poker? Join Party. You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum.
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous. And I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. With people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players. And we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. Fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party for
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, we are back. WPT Heads Up Championship final table. Steve O'Dwyer.
Steve
Yes,
O'Dwyer.
Sweet. No, what was happened there, Henry? Was somehow managed to lose the picture. So I was trying to do this blind, and turns out I need to read his name to be able to read it. But no, Artem Ametvelv. Ametvelv. There we go. Artem Ametvelv. Steve O'Dwyer. Henry, I'm glad you're here. Like, just take over, will you? I'm losing it.
Boys and girls, heads up for rolls. WPT Heads Up Championships. Steve O'Dwyer against. Oh, here we go. Come on, Henry. Artem Akhmetvaliev smashed it. Absolutely smashed it, chat.
Ametvelv. Anyway, it's not quite heads up for rolls, Henry, but it is heads up for the difference of 60k. They have 75 locked up playing for the first prize of 135k.
Let's go. Well, overs or unders on how long this heads up match is going to take? I'll start the bidding off. 10 minutes.
These guys, they play hard, man.
They do.
I mean,
so overs or
we
unders,
never know.
Chat. James.
Well, I've got to take over 10 minutes, man. That's a level. Like.
All right, 15.
That's probably not too, like what the line should be. The line's probably about 20, right? I mean, I've seen straight away here, just like they both played very aggressively pre-flop until now, haven't they? And you see that 3-bet coming in with 10-9 of hearts. You're like, okay, I mean, 10-9 of hearts is a good hand. Hey, we're playing 100 big blinds deep, so we do want to play big pots. But the fact that they do that tells us that these games can take less time. Like, if that makes sense, Henry, in say the 33 and the 300 versions, maybe we don't see quite so much of that, and so therefore you end up playing a lot more down the streets whereas these guys know they have to punish each other pre-flop.
It could be the case. I mean, we're defending Jack 3-0. And like, let's see a flop, please, dealer. And I mean, we got enough to start barreling here. All right, we've got the 8-7 wrapped around the 6. We got the 7 of clubs. A little 4 ball out there. Wow, that is as action as a turn card can get. IMO. 3 of clubs, 2 pair for Artem. Club draw for Steve. About a little block bet here, James. Goes half pot.
Yeah.
It's quickly called.
All right. No real blood, but Steve O'Dwyer does sneak back into the lead. Back into the lead for the first time in the lead. But hey, they're even. Let's call it that. But O'Dwyer hasn't really been behind in a single game and did drop about 3 blinds behind there, Henry. So he must have been very confused what was going on. Back to a much more familiar position. Like, what do you mean I don't win every pot? Yeah, doesn't always happen.
I personally think you're not giving the man enough credit. But you're making it sound like he's an absolute sun runner. He's put on a.
Oh no, he's just an absolute boss. Like, I am.
Finds the Queen of Spades.
I am one of the biggest Steve O'Dwyer fans. Like, I think the guy's incredible.
I know. I just feel like anyone that is elite in poker, people were just like, oh, how good do they run? It's like, no, like there's something that you're overlooking here, and
yeah,
you know, and you just get it all the time. You know, like the top guys, you always get people coming out, oh, run like Fedor, grow up, stop it. All right, just like the guy lives in a lab.
Lives in a lab.
Does. It's a scientist. Artem getting one through, picking up a gut shot on the turn. Well, ace high versus ace high.
Classic.
Artem continuing small and wide. Assume this checks through on the turn. Wow, this could be over in very quickly, James. I mean, there's some aggressive lines so far. I mean, it's whoever sneezes at this pot wins, right?
So often the case. These heads-up battles.
Wow. Checks down.
Yeah, but you can just check down and win it, Henry. It's not a bad thing.
You can indeed. Another couple of hands that could collide. Wouldn't surprise to see Steve 3-bet this combo. Does 3-bet to 11k. Ace high flop could be fireworks, James.
Jack medium flop. How about that? I'm trying to coin
Jack
that
medium
as a
flop.
Jack. I'm going to do Jack mediums. That's the middle card. Is that a thing? Is it? What's the term for the middle card? I mean, you know, like, it's Jack medium, not Jack high. Jack medium flop.
middle pair.
Nah, but I'm just gonna call it Jack medium flop. Like, I'm gonna try and create something.
All right, mate. You keep trying to coin terms and seeing if they catch on. A spade would be pretty huge. Oof. Unlucky, Artem. You tried, mate. You tried getting to showdown, but you're about to. Yeah. Nice try.
Wow.
Unlucky. Just get the king of hearts on the river. We block 9-10. We block ace-10. Have a range advantage.
See, it was Jack medium, but unfortunately it was king high as well. And Steve O'Dwyer runs with it. And yeah, nearly a 2-1 lead already, Henry.
What a gangster. I mean, it's quite, fortunate you get the king run out to be able to obviously make that move.
Yeah.
Play for 60k, boys and girls. Both players guaranteed 75,000, 135k for first, and a WPT title. Both players taking their showdown. King high, no good.
Steve O'Dwyer now does have a 2-1 lead. Artem at Medvedev at Medvedev. Medvedev. Yeah. Artem and Medvedev. Come on, Artem. Got to fight against the O'Dwyer.
Oh, Artem's turn to outflop Steve this time.
Yeah.
Although he has done that on a couple of occasions, and Steve still found a way to win the hand.
Won the pot anyway.
Assume we bet for protection here.
Yeah, O'Dwyer might not be done with this king high, right?
Agreed. Sucks that we have a 7. Probably want to prefer to call it king 5 than king 7, but no club in our hand. Does just let it go.
Steve O'Dwyer defending 5-3 off, and
Ooh.
wow.
Ooh.
Flops an open ender as Artem flops top pair. Henry, fireworks incoming. One feels.
Yeah, and hand with no showdown as well. Wouldn't surprise me to see Steve take the aggressive route. Let's just decide to play as cool.
Yeah, queen on the turn. And Artem's going to feel great about this hand. The queen doesn't really affect things. Whoa, he does check it back. I'm really surprised there, Henry. I'm really surprised he doesn't bet that. You can... Oh.
Yeah, snap call from Artem.
Yeah, I'm still trying to evaluate that check back on the turn. I mean, just bet at least 2 streets, maybe 3 with that 8. Going to be able to protect against some hands. We're going to have some bluffs we want to continue barreling with. Strong 8's a really good hand to bet twice with. Or at least in my mind.
We've had quite a few hands that could collide, but so far the collisions have been somewhat avoided. Ace 7 against ace 3, ace jack against ace 9, king high against king high. Those types of hands where comes king high, could be GG's. Although obviously still very deep. 80 bigs effective. Yeah, they've got to take their showdown again. Chop this one up, please, dealer.
Chop up. Chop it up.
Yeah, both players seem to really know where they're at when it comes to showdown type hands.
Couple of real hands here, Henry. Playable ones in any format. Let alone heads up.
Yeah, won't be going anywhere, at least against one. 6s, the 6 of diamonds. Steve's had a close to 100% C betting range after opening button. Yeah, definitely won't be going anywhere on that turn. Rafiki saying, is Steve Mr. Tim Bomb? Question mark. He is indeed.
Yeah.
The man himself. Little block bet from Artem.
Yeah.
Not getting looked up.
Getting back towards even, Henry. Clawing his way back in against Steve O'Dwyer.
We say 10-minute levels.
Yes, 10-minute levels.
All right. Wow. We're 6 minutes away from the line that we set.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wonder what you would actually set the line on. I mean, it's so dependent on the players, and obviously it can happen so quickly. But what you would set the line at?
Jack of diamonds on the turn. Steve's queen 4 still good. Artem with the turn lead.
Yeah, timing off here.
Just under half pot. Steve just with the call.
Yikes. O'Dwyer making the queen high flush. Artem with the 7 high flush. The latter does lead once again, betting 9 into 21. Emery, Steve ever raise this?
You know what? I think we can.
Right.
Especially versus this somewhat unorthodox line. Yeah.
Right. What king X, what king diamond and ace diamond take this line? Not many, right?
Yeah, you think king X and ace X of diamonds more likely to check turn to try and realize more.
Right.
I could be completely wrong, but
no, that's what I'm thinking. The same as you. Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, not that likely to lead.
Yeah, he's dug himself into a bit of a hole here, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him make the call.
Yeah, I'm with you for exactly the reason we just stated. He doesn't really get to have the ace of diamonds, the king of diamonds so often, so he does get to get bluffed here a lot. And yes, any diamond becomes attractive at this point, but he does let down. All right. I mean, Steve O'Dwyer gets to have big diamond a lot here, and like we see, does get to raise with a hand like the queen of diamonds. So if his value raising range can be that wide, then we have to be careful.
Wow. Another
Right.
action flop.
Yeah.
I say action flop.
No, they're some common card action. Like both looking for a 6 to improve their hands.
Artem just doesn't slow down, does he, man? Jeez.
He's going to win this one.
It breaks on the man. Back up to just shy of 70k.
Do I one of the few hands you can limp fold, Henry?
Yeah.
This one he just folds to an open. 2 pre-flop skirmishes for Artem. Just raise and takes.
Another one that's close. Steve just deciding to not really bin his bottom 5%.
Artem flopping an
Playing
open
as a
ender. Comes out betting. Steve calls with bottom pair.
Wow, this man. Now we know why he's found his way to the final. It's just relentless.
Yeah, another one.
The old double barrels.
Another one, Henry, on my notes just says Russian direct buy-in. That's it. No notes other than that.
That's quite interesting to note. So Steve going for the 5x versus the button limp, whereas Artem's been electing to 3x
Artem's
versus
like 3x-ing, right?
yeah, exactly, versus Steve's limps. Steve continuing for bigger this time compared to his usual small and wide bet, and well.
Dwyer time. Turns gin.
Yeah, this is an annoying one for Artem because it's just such a great card for Steve to continue barreling on, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him, keep him honest for at least another street. Does make the call. Just very aware that this turn card obviously favors Dwyer's range more so than his. That's a very interesting river, James. Could see Artem put money in, depending on what sizing Steve chooses. Okay, Steve's not giving him that option to turn his hand into a bluff.
You say this, but Artem, hey look, he blocks 6-7. He unblocks the Jack 9, the Queen 9, Ace Jack, Ace Queen. Ah, he has called it.
What?
Wow.
What a great final hand.
I mean,
that's brilliant.
That's like the level of distrust they have for each other there, Henry.
Yeah.
Artem
just
makes the call, and just like that, Steve O'Dwyer, guys, out of nowhere, is the Heads Up Championship champion. Wow.
Let's go, Steve. Yeah, you're so right, James. Just unblocking the Jack 9, Queen Jack, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, all those hands that are going to continue applying pressure on the turn. And again, Artem just giving credit. It's that level on level aspect of poker where I know that he knows this is a great card for his range and, to get me to fold my 8x and my 10x, and puts on the cape.
And here we go. Confirmation. Steve O'Dwyer, the champion, 135k to the good. Artem Metalev. I butchered that name 83 times, Artem. I apologize, but hey, 75k, that should cheer you up. Jorma and Alan, of course, picking up 40, and the rest you can see there. Henry, it was kind of short but sweet, that final. Just got to the second level.
Pleasure. Yeah, absolute pleasure.
Guys, we are going to be back Sunday evening for the Turbo Championship final. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks, of course, to Kristen for joining us earlier. We will see you Sunday night.
Peace. See you on Sunday.
You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum.
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and I, the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.